A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, the fourth at bridge service, started by Jane, Marge, and Mr. Jackson, has done so well that Marge has quit her regular job to devote her entire time to this new and novel business. The Faulkners were lucky to have found out in time about a card sharp they had hired, and were saved some embarrassment when he suddenly left town. This episode takes place about noon in Mr. Ace's real estate office, which is downstairs from the bridge office in the same building. Mr. Ace is alone. Jane enters.
Well, hello, Jane. You certainly look like a breath of spring. Is that a new hat?
Friendship, don't make me laugh.
What?
Well, you've known a person as long as I've known Marge, and I always say she's the idol of my eye. We went to school together. We were playthings together. How she could do a thing like this to me behind my back, especially when it was turned. Friendship, don't make me laugh.
Well, Jane, what's the matter?
Nothing, not a thing.
But you're crying.
I am not. It isn't worth crying over.
Well, of course it's not.
How do you know? You don't even know what it is.
Well, no, I don't, but I...
Friendship, don't make me laugh.
Well, all right, I won't, but I don't like anything to make you cry either.
Well, don't worry about me. I'll get along all right. I've learned one thing today. A friend in need is a friend, yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
You don't have to tell me.
Well, I'm not. I just don't like to see you upset this way. I mean, you look so neat and trim.
I do not.
Oh, you do, Jane. Even the gloves in that bag. It's quite effective. I think you look very smart.
You do?
Well, sure.
You're my friend, aren't you, dear?
Of course I am. Everybody's your friend.
Oh, no, not Marge.
Oh, not Jane.
No, she's not, but I don't care. She can go hide up tight as far as I'm concerned. Because I found out what friendship means to her. It doesn't mean that much. I can't even make my fingers snap. I'm so nervous.
Well, now, suppose you calm down and tell me what happened. Come on, Jane.
Well...
Tell me the whole thing.
Well, I'll begin at the beginning.
That would be, yes, you begin there.
Well, I walked into our office just now, just like I've been doing for the past 2 weeks, ready to go to work, reading the mail and answering the phone, etc. Then who should be sitting there at the desk but Marge and a girl?
A girl?
Did I say girl? Pardon me, dear. If she isn't in her middle ages, then I don't know.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You're upsetting yourself again. Now,
well, I can't help it.
Well, now, who is this girl or this woman, we'll say?
Miss Dooley. Marge says, "Hello, Jane, this is Miss Dooley. She's our new stenographer."
Stenographer?
Yes, and Marge says she's going to take care of the office and answer mail and the telephones and keep our books. Well, I just stared at her as a ghost. I couldn't believe it. Then Marge says, "What are you doing downtown today, Jane?" Well, then it hit me in the face like a flash in the pan.
It hit you in the...
I said, "Just a minute here. What about me? What do I do?" And Marge says, "Well, Jane, I told you I was going to take charge of the office and you didn't have to come down anymore."
Well, yes, she did tell you that, Jane.
I know she did, but I didn't believe it. After all, I'm a partner. That's what I told her. I said, "You're forgetting I'm a partner here. I started this business in the first place. It was my idea." And she said, "Yes, I know, Jane, and you're still a partner." So I said, "Well, what do I do?" And she said, "Nothing. You just go on home and we'll send your share of the profits every month."
Well, I think that's a swell
So
arrangement.
I said, "Go home. I like to work here." And she said, "But I need somebody here who can take shorthand." I said, "Well," I said, "I'll learn it." And she said, "Jane, we are very busy this morning." We are. You get that? We. Miss Dooley and her, like I was a stranger or something.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Well, then I really got sore. I let her have it. I said, "Oh, yes?"
You didn't.
I certainly did.
Oh, Jane.
I didn't care what I said. I was mad.
Yes, I can see you.
Well, we hummed and hawed, and finally she said, "Jane, you're trying my patience." And I said, "Well, if I am, I don't like them."
You don't like her?
And then Miss Dooley laughed. Well, I gave her a look. Where's Betty?
Betty? Well, she's gone to lunch.
Well,
Why?
I want her to teach me a few things to say in shorthand. I'll certainly go up there and give that Miss Dooley my piece of mind.
Oh, you're going to tell her in shorthand,
I certainly will. Well, Marge saw the look I gave her, and she knew what I meant. Because I looked at her like this.
Oh, Jane.
Don't be scared, dear. I didn't mean it for you. I was just showing you how I looked at her.
Well, if you do that to me again, you had me there.
Pretty terrible, isn't it?
Oh, you both did.
Well, I didn't care. I was so mad I didn't care what I did. The whole thing happened so suddenly out of a clean sky. If she had told me she was going to do this...
Well, she did say she was going to devote her entire time to the office.
I know, but she didn't say anything about hiring a girl, did she?
No, I guess not.
Because, after all, it was my idea in the first place. And if I'm a partner, I've got a right to do something around the office, haven't I?
Well, I guess so, yeah.
And if I want to answer the phone and take the orders, I can, can't I?
I guess so.
And if I want to read the mail every morning, I can do that too, can't I?
I guess so, yeah.
Oh, what are you, my guest man?
No, I mean, I was only agreeing with you.
And to walk in like I did, as innocent as a new mown hay, and find Marge with that woman there. Marge, of all people, to do this to me. When we were children, we were always together, night and day. We were inseparable. And we grew up together. We never even had any secrets from each other. Why, even when my sister had a runaway marriage, Marge knew all about it.
Your sister had a runaway marriage. She was married in church.
Yes, I know, but I mean the time we had getting her married. Every time Mother mentioned marriage to a fellow, he'd run away.
Oh, yes, that runaway marriage.
Yes,
Yes,
but Marge knew all about that. We never had any secrets from each other. And today I walk in and find she secretly hired a stenographer to take my place.
Well, now, it's not to take your place, Jane.
Well, whose place is she taking? Didn't I do all that the first 2 weeks our business was open?
Yes, but that was before Marge quit her job.
Well, then why did she have to quit her job? I was attending to everything, and we were making money hand over here. I told her that, too, just now. I said, wasn't I doing all right taking care of everything by myself? You didn't even have to quit your job, I said. And she said, well, I was running over here every day on my lunch hour. And she said, I haven't eaten any lunch for the last 2 weeks. I've lost 8 pounds. And I said, that's a very slim excuse.
Very slim. Yes, I could say that is 8 pounds. I mean,
Then this Miss Dooley gets up and says, perhaps I'm in the way if you two want to talk privately. And Marge says, oh, no, Mrs. Ace and I understand each other. And I said, well, I don't understand each other. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. And she said nothing.
she wouldn't talk, huh?
No, she said nothing.
Oh, she said nothing.
No, I'm not supposed to do anything, she said. And then Miss Dewey tried to put in her 2 cents for it. She says, shall I take these money you took care of Miss Hale? Changing the subject, see.
Oh, yes, she changed the
And I said, don't you change the subject, Miss Dooley. I want to know what's going on here. And Marge said, Jane, we're very busy this morning. She said, we again. Well, she and Miss Dooley were running the whole thing, and I didn't have a thing to do with it. So I said, well, you wouldn't be busy if I hadn't thought of this idea in the first place. And Marge said, yes, I know it's your brainchild. Calling me child.
Calling you child?
Yes, she said, I know it's your brainchild, as if I were a little child or something.
No, she didn't mean that, Jane. She meant the idea is a child of your brain. That's
Don't tell me what she meant. I heard every word.
Yes, but she didn't.
Then we really had a battle of wits.
A baffle of
Yes,
words,
first she said something, then I said something, then me, then her. Then I said, listen, Marge, I'm no sleeping violet, but I can do anything around here that Miss Dooley can do. And she said, well, that's the question, Jane. And I said, you know the answer. And I said, if a partner runs a business himself, it's much better than having a stranger running it. And I said, if something goes wrong around here, there's no skin off of my teeth. And Marge says, well, we'll take that chance, Jane. She said, we again. And I said, what are you, the spirit of St. Louis? And she said, what? And I said, you were.
Oh, look, Jane, this is getting a little monotonous.
And then when she said, you run along home and get dinner, well, that was the last resort. I said, oh, tell it to the moron.
To
I
the moron.
turned around and walked out very gracefully, except the door was hard to open. Now, what do you think of that?
Well, I've had the door fixed. We just had it painted.
No, I'm not talking about the door.
Oh, you mean about the jam you're in?
Yes, I mean about Marge. Friendship. Don't make me laugh. And I just think it would be Marge that would do a thing like this to me.
Oh, now, Jane, there you go again. Don't cry
You
about it.
know a good lawyer.
You're not going to sue Marge, are you?
Well, I ought to see somebody around
Oh,
here.
stop talking like that, Jane. You don't mean that. You're just upset.
Oh, sure, I'm upset. Wouldn't you be?
Well, yes, I guess I would be.
Yeah.
That's the shock of the thing, but you'll just sit back and be calm for a little while. I'll try to show you that this isn't such a bad arrangement after all.
You know what? I've got half a mind.
Well, yes, I hope you have. I like you just the same, don't
I'd like to get even with that Miss Dooley.
Get even with her.
Yeah. Oh, I know what. I'll call her up. S-O-4-O-4-O.
Oh, now, don't, Jane. What are you up to?
I'll bring her down off her high chair.
Oh.
Hello? Do you run outbid sales?
Jane, what good is that going to do?
Well, I was thinking of running one, but this isn't the same girl I talked to that I rented one from last week, is it?
That's fine.
Oh, she isn't. Well, just let it go then. Goodbye then. There.
Feel better now, huh?
I certainly do. Well, I'm glad I got that off my chin. It was cute, wasn't it, the way I said the other girl was so much pregnant?
Yeah, that was very good. Yeah.
I guess you're still worrying about losing a customer up there, isn't you?
Yes, I guess. And now you're more like your old cheerful self.
Yes, I feel much better now.
Well, that's fine, because I want to get you straightened out about this partnership business and just where you stand in it and why Marge did what she did. So I'm glad you've calmed down so I can talk to you.
Oh, look, my snap even came back.
Yes, it certainly did, didn't it? Jane's a little calmer now. Whether Mr. Ace makes her see the new order of things clearly or not, we learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
We will interrupt all programs to give you latest news bulletins. Stay tuned to this station.
J-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with the Gay Ranchero. A convenient way to buy Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, is to get several packages at a time and use them as you want them. And with the new Jell-O, you can do this without any fear that your supply of Jell-O will lose flavor and freshness as it stands on the pantry shelf. You can now buy a dozen packages of Jell-O at one time and know that they will all stay at the peak of their goodness until you want them. Because today, Jell-O's flavor is locked into the Jell-O particles by an exclusive Jell-O process. The tiny Jell-O particles deliver their full-strength flavor to you intact. Now prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it pours in all its original richness. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, order several packages. Get all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, and always have a full assortment on hand from which to choose. You can keep Jell-O as long as you please. Its flavor doesn't go away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. The Gay Ranchero, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my very great honor to bring you a man who last Sunday on this program gave you what was undoubtedly the finest performance of his acting career.
That's right, Dr. Jekyl and Mr. Hyde.
So without further ado, I give you the only actor in America who can make Jekyll and Hyde sound like Brenda and Cobina, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that may be your idea of a funny introduction, but to ridicule my performance of last Sunday, which everyone hailed as a dramatic nugget, that really burns me up.
Now, take it easy, Jack. I thought you played the part well enough, but I happened to see the picture, and I didn't think you were as good as Spencer Tracy.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Well, Don, let me ask you something. Who signs your check every week? Spencer Tracy or the Benny Goose that lays the golden egg? Take that as my thought for today.
But, Jack, you don't seem to understand.
Oh, no.
When Spencer Tracy played the part, there was a decided difference between both characters. But when you did it, I couldn't tell your Jekyll from your Hyde.
Well, you can't tell your stomach from an igloo. So what do you know about it? The fine pal you turned out to be.
Now, Jack.
And don't call me Jack. From now on, you will please address me as Mr. Benny, and I'll call you Mr. Wilson. Is that clear?
Oh, I think you're being very childish about the whole matter. Absolutely childish.
Don't try to bring my age down. Flattery won't help. Remember that, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson? Who's Mr. Wilson?
That Hulk over yonder. Listen, Mary, you witnessed my performance last week. What did you think of it?
Well, personally, I thought you were very good as Georgie Jekyl.
I wasn't Jekyll, I was Jekyl. Dr. Jekyll.
Well, in that case, phooey.
Phooey? What do you mean, phooey? I don't get it.
All right, take the word lovely and fool around with it.
Let's see. Lovely, lively, Mr. Benny to you. And let me remind you and Mr. Wilson of something that you both may have forgotten. When I switched from Dr. Jekyll to that horrible Mr. Hyde and that gruesome look came over my face, women in the audience screamed. One of them even fainted.
Well, it won't happen today. They caught that mouse.
Oh, then I guess I can take these bicycle clips off my pants. However, as long as you and Don are in such a critical mood, I'd like to point out that Christmas is only 18 days away.
Why else did you come in mad at everybody?
All right, keep it up, keep it up. You know, I already bought your Christmas present, young lady, but I may exchange it for something cheaper.
Something cheaper?
Yes.
They don't dig a bargain basement that deep.
Well, you worked in more of them than I did. I can go along with a ouch. You do that once more, Miss Livingston. There'll be a... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, was that a performance you gave last week? Was that a performance?
Well, thanks, Dennis. I'm glad you liked it.
Not only me, my whole family thought you were wonderful.
That's nice. I'm glad someone appreciated me.
Listen, Jack, the trouble with you is the minute you do something halfway good, it goes right to your head.
Mr. Benny was wonderful.
Quiet. Why, to hear you talk, Jack, anyone would think you were the biggest ham in Hollywood.
Oh.
I'd like to see a bigger one, by golly.
Well, thanks, Dennis. You tried. Anyway, you thought I was good.
Oh, marvelous. What a performance.
Well, look, kid. I'm making out my Christmas list today, so before singing your song, how about throwing out a few hints? What would you like Uncle Jack to get you?
Well, I thought of a few things, but they're pretty expensive.
Just name them. You're one person in this cast that deserves the best. Wait till I get my pencil here. Now, what do you want, Dennis?
Well, I'd like to have a nice gray suit with a pinstripe.
Okay. One gray suit with pinstripe. Anything else?
Well, I'd love to have a grand piano to practice my songs on.
Okay. One grand piano.
Are you sure you got lead in that pencil, Mr. Benny?
Yes. What else do you want, Dennis?
Well, I've always wanted one of those toy birds on a stick, and when you swing it around your head, the bird goes...
Okay. One bird on stick. Now, what else do you want?
Oh, stop, will you? You're just trying to make Don and me jealous. Dennis isn't going to get all that stuff.
Well, he's getting something he wants.
Gee, I wonder what it is.
I'll give you a hint, kid.
Don't spoil the surprise, for heaven's sake. Now, go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to congratulate you on your performance as Mr. Hyde last week. I was so frightened, my hair stood on end.
Your hair? What hair?
Right there. Stand up, Herman.
Oh, get out of here. Herman. Well, I suppose if you only got one hair, you might as well have a name for it. Sing, Dennis.
trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights the sky, the dearest things I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special announcement. The entire regular personnel of the sheriff's and police office has been placed on a 2-platoon basis with 12-hour shift. All auxiliary personnel has been directed to stand by for emergency service instructions. The regular county defense program is functioning in an orderly manner, and citizens are urged to remain calm and avoid all unnecessary confusion because of hysteria. Citizen volunteers are asked to go quietly to their nearest police or fire stations and offer their services if they wish to help. There is no immediate cause for alarm, and coolness will accomplish more than anything else.
Of everything I love and all the things you are, sung by Dennis Dave. Very good, Dennis, but what's the idea of singing 2 songs today, huh?
Well, Mr. Benny, I've got 2 girls, and I thought I'd dedicate a number to each of them.
2 girls? Well, that's modern youth for you. You know, Dennis, when I was your age, I was satisfied with only 1 girl. Gussie Bagelquist. Gussie was a dream, yeah.
Is that the girl you sued because she cut you with her buck teeth?
I never sued her. I just told her to get a brace on. Anyway, I was talking to Dennis.
Whatever happened to your girl, Mr. Benny?
Gussie? Oh, I went into vaudeville, and she went away to veterinary college. We sort of drifted apart. She's one of the biggest horse doctors in northern Illinois now. Doing very well, too.
Do you keep in touch with her, Mr. Benny? Do you ever write to her?
Oh, once in a while when he has a cold or something.
Yeah, I had a touch of the flu a couple of weeks ago, and she sent me some pills that were as big as baseballs. And some liniment to rub on my withers. One thing about Gussie, though, I never get a bill from her. That's... Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. How's my pal?
Don't Jackson or pal me, Mr. Harris. Let me ask you something. Did you or did you not go into the Brown Derby after last Sunday's show and tell people that my acting was putrid?
Last Sunday? Maybe I did. I say that lots of times.
Well, you did. You told everybody at your table that I was very bad as Jekyl and Hyde.
How do you know?
Because I've got a waiter there that spies for me.
Naturally, you couldn't tip a waiter just for waiting on you.
Mary, that's a little arrangement between Andre and me.
Yeah, I should have known that waiter was a spy. His mustache fell on my suit.
He wearing a false mustache? I told him not to overdo it. Anyway, Phil, you did run down my performance.
Yeah, but I changed my mind about that. You know, I met one of the greatest dramatic actors in this town last night, and he said you were great. Orson thought you were terrific.
Who, Orson Welles?
No, Orson Buggy. Hey, that I knew.
Well, that settles it. If I don't get Glenn Miller in my stocking Christmas morning, I'll never write another letter to Santa. And incidentally, Mr. Harris, you better have a good excuse for coming in late today.
Well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but I was out shopping. Say, Mary, you know what I'm getting Alice for Christmas this year?
No, what?
A roaster.
A roaster, say.
You know, for the oven.
That's a roaster. Buys his wife a roaster for Christmas and calls it a roadster.
All right, I'll put wheels on it. That's a Sharpie, eh, Jackson?
It's a Sharpie, eh, Jackson? Sharpie. And don't call me Jackson. I'm Mr. Benny to you and to everybody else on this program except Dennis.
You mean I can call you Jack?
Yes, until I make up with the others. What burns me up, I worked my head off on that play last week and did a swell job.
You sure did, Jack.
And this little episode just shows me who my friends are.
That's telling them, Jack.
After all, I had to follow a pretty good actor in that part, Spencer Tracy. Why, I would never have even tried it if we both hadn't won the Academy Award.
Wait a minute. When did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
I said, when did you ever win the Academy Award?
And another thing.
Answer my question. When did you win the Academy Award?
I wish I had, brother. Would I have you in a spot? I guess that takes care of you.
You said it, Jackie.
Look, Dennis, just Jack, not Jackie. Even mean she wants to take a whole foot. What a gang. I got a good mind to go home.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jack, will you stop acting like a baby? You ought to know the whole thing was a rib.
Oh, sure.
As a matter of fact, I liked your performance in Jekyl and Hyde so much that I wrote a sequel to it.
Well, ain't you the fat little Noel Coward? Who cares what you wrote?
And Jack, now get this. As a favor to me, I want you to play the leading part in this drama.
I'll tell him when he comes in. You can keep your old sequel.
But you've got to help me out, Jack. There's no one else in the cast with sufficient dramatic ability to handle it.
Look, I'm not going to... Dramatic, eh? Well, all right, Don, I'll do it.
I thought you were mad at him.
Never mind.
You'd go over Niagara Falls in a Dixie cup if someone told you it was dramatic.
What's dramatic about a Dixie cup? Don, you say you've written a sequel to Jekyll and Hyde?
Yes, Jack, but my play is called Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll.
Oh, well, that sounds interesting.
Here's the script.
Thanks. Just a second, Don. I'll give you a build-up. Chord, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Don.
The scene is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Homer D. Hyde in the thriving little town of Upper Plate, Indiana. It is 7:30 p.m. Curtain. Music.
Oh, dear, it's 7:30 and Homer isn't home yet. I wonder if his horse and buggy broke down. Gee, I hope it isn't one of his moods. Ah, here he comes now. Good evening, Homer, dear. You're a little late, aren't you?
All right, I'm late. And I'll be late any time I feel like it.
Aren't you going to kiss me, darling?
Kiss me. Every night a kiss. I'll kiss you with this umbrella.
Ouch!
I'm going to bed. Good night.
But, Homer, you haven't even said hello to the twins, Otto and Blotto. Say hello to Daddy, children. Hello, Daddy.
Hello, Daddy. Also, one more peep out of you kids and I'll kick your teeth out as soon as they grow in. I'm going to bed now.
But, Homer, darling, you haven't had your dinner yet.
Dinner, every night dinner. I don't want any dinner.
But, Homer, dear, at least have some dessert.
What kind of dessert?
I won't tell you, but I'm sure you like it. Here, have a dish.
Very well. I'll try it. But if I eat it and decide I don't like it, someone will be dead. Murder.
He's eating the dessert. I do hope he likes it. If not, what will happen to me, and Otto, and Blotto?
Gee. Oh, boy.
Homer, speak to me. Speak to me.
Oh, my darling. That tasted so good. What is the name of that tempting and economical dessert with a new locked-in process?
Jell-O, dear, and it comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and wine.
My sons, at last I I love you. Well, Don, congratulations. You wrote a wonderful play.
But, Jack, without you, it would have been impossible. You were even better than last week.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Well, how about a band number, Phil?
Okay, Dowdy.
Olive, come in.
Well, Mr. Benny, you did it again.
Were you scared?
Look at Herman. He just won't go down.
What a head he's got. That's the only persimmon I ever saw with brown eyes. Play, Phil.
Another war bulletin. Shanghai. The Japanese took over the American Shanghai Power and Light Company this morning. A bulletin from New York. The Japanese news agency broadcast tonight the Japanese Foreign Minister, Shigenori Togo, summoned U.S. Ambassador Joseph C. Grew and handed to him Japan's reply to Secretary of State Cordell Hull's terms for peace in the Pacific. This news came hours after the bombing of Honolulu. We return you now to Hollywood.
Nango from Weekend in Havana, played by Blotto Harris, and that goes for the whole orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next week is a special attraction.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I can't get over the way you played Mr. Hyde just now. Was that a performance?
It thrilled you, eh, Dennis?
I'll say. That crazy laugh just sent shivers right through me.
Well,
The kid's right, Jackson. How'd you ever learn to do that?
well, Phil, you just have to get into the mood and feel it. You have to imagine that you're a raving maniac.
When was the first time you ever did that crazy laugh, Jack?
Last year at Santa Anita, he lost 3 races in a row.
Never mind.
When they caught him, he was chewing down the grandstand like a beaver.
Well, you'd be mad, too. So let's forget it. Now, as I started to announce, ladies and gentlemen, next week is a special attraction.
You know, Mr. Benny, I'd like to learn how to do that laugh so I can scare my girlfriend.
Oh, it's easy, Dennis.
Gee, I wish you'd show me how to do it, Mr. Benny.
Oh, I don't
Come on, Jackson, do that laugh for us again.
Well, look, Dennis, here's the way you do it. You've got to screw up your face and get it all distorted. Then you rip open your tie and shirt.
Well, don't you have to muss up your hair a little?
My hair?
You know, those 3 Hermans.
That's not important. Anyway, Dennis, once you're in this mood, you read a menacing line and then laugh. Now, get this. I'm going out for a walk now. A nice, long walk. And when I come back, someone will be dead. Murdered. Murdered. Ooh.
What's the matter, Jack?
My jaw slipped out of place. Look at it.
His what?
His jaw slipped out of place.
Get a doctor. Hurry up.
What a performance!
Don't go there looking at me. Call my doctor.
Dusty Bagel Quist, Waukegan 8362.
Not her. Just someone in town. Now, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy. Oh, it hurts. Just hold still, Jack, and I'll snap your jaw back in place.
All right, hurry up, Don.
Now, brace yourself.
Okay.
Thanks, Don. Dennis, the next time you want me to show you something, wait till the program's over.
Well, it's your own fault for showing off.
I wasn't showing off. Phil.
Well, I got a few left over from last week.
Put those fish back in the pen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce before I dislocated my jaw, next week as a special attraction, the Benny Stock Company is going to present... Oh, now what? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
Boss, it's no use. I tried and I can't get Carmichael to go to sleep.
Rochester, that polar bear's got to go to sleep. He's supposed to have been in hibernation over 10 days ago.
Uh-huh.
If Carmichael doesn't get to sleep by the middle of this month, he'll be a wreck in the spring. Where is he now?
Sitting up in bed reading Esquire.
Esquire? Well, take it away from him.
Oh, come now, boss. He's been around.
I mean, he's got to get to sleep. Now, Rochester, use a little psychology on him. Give him some warm milk. Give him some warm milk, put on his pajamas, and brush his teeth.
Would you mind repeating that slowly, please?
I said give him some warm milk.
Uh-huh.
Put on his pajamas.
Uh-huh.
And brush his teeth.
Uh-uh.
Rochester, what are you afraid of? That bear is as gentle as a lamb. He wouldn't bite you.
He wouldn't, eh?
No.
Then why am I the largest single user of Band-Aids in the USA?
Rochester, listen, Carmichael doesn't hate you. He likes you. He likes everybody.
Then what happened to the gas man?
Nothing happened to the gas man. Carmichael doesn't eat people.
You ought to see that letter he wrote Santa Claus.
What letter?
Dear Santa, please send a fat boy to read the meter.
Oh, stop making things up. Now, you keep Carmichael in bed, and when I come home, I'll sing Rockabye Baby to him. That'll put him to sleep.
Okay, so long.
So long.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you coming home for dinner tonight?
Yes.
Well, that'll finish up the wild duck.
Good. So long. I got to get that bear to sleep before Christmas, or he'll want a present. Play, Phil. Ooh, my jaw.
Friends, while you're looking through the December magazines in search of an idea for Aunt Martha's Christmas present, keep an eye open for this month's Jell-O page. A full page of Jell-O treats illustrated in such rich, glowing colors that it makes your mouth water just to look at it. One of the desserts is called Jack Benny's Special Apricot Ring, and honestly, friends, I think it's just about the grandest-looking dessert Jell-O ever made. It's an easy recipe, too. Just dissolve one package of lemon Jell-O in 1 1/4 cups of hot water. Next, add a dash of salt and 3/4 of a cup of syrup from the canned sliced apricots. Then chill until thickened and fold in 2 1/2 cups of the sliced apricots themselves. When molded, serve with a garnishing of whipped cream, apricot quarters, and green maraschino cherries. And there it is, a golden, glistening mold of juicy sliced apricots and sunny lemon Jell-O. Canned apricots and lemon Jell-O are being featured by many grocers all next week. So get them both and make up this delicious treat. Jell-O makes any gelatin recipe taste extra good because its locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 10th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Oh, Mary, you want to have dinner at my house tonight?
No, thanks. I've had so much of that duck, I'm a bigger quack than Gussie.
Don't pay any attention to her, Gussie. Good night, folks. Phil!
Tomorrow, when you visit your grocer's, look at the shelf where you always see those familiar packages of Jell-O. Right beside them, or very near them, you'll spy another Jell-O product. Jell-O puddings in 3 grand flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. You might try Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's as smooth as cream and simply full of rich, golden butterscotch flavor. A pudding that your whole family will want to enjoy again and again. So when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Relax. it's not really considered quite fair to open packages before Christmas. But, of course, there's one package that you can open any day with the whole family's hearty approval. And that's a package of Jell-O. Open a package and serve it tomorrow. And let the folks at your house enjoy Jell-O's wonderful new locked-in flavor. Jell-O's gay, scintillating colors add charm to any table. Lend a festive touch to any meal. Why, just to look at a bright, shimmering mold of Jell-O is enough to set appetites a-tingle. And when it comes to flavor, well, Jell-O is simply in a class by itself. There's just nothing that can beat Jell-O's rich, tangy taste. So full of intriguing flavors, so downright good and refreshing. Tomorrow, treat everybody to a tempting dish of Jell-O. Ask your grocer for all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. They're all locked in, and they're all better than ever. Was Relax, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the Yuletide season is here with all its joy and gaiety. So without further ado, we bring you a star to place atop your Christmas tree, Jack Benny.
Hello, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that was quite a whimsical introduction. A star to place atop your Christmas tree. I suppose you said that because I'm a movie star. Is that right?
No, Jack, that wasn't my fault at all.
Oh.
I meant that you actually and physically resemble a star.
Well, I don't get it, Don. What do you mean?
Well, for instance, you've got a dash of silver in your hair.
Yes.
And you've always got a merry twinkle in your eye.
Yes, yes.
And the seat of your pants is always bright and shiny.
Yes, yes, yes.
And you're wearing the only pair of pointed shoes in Hollywood.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I'm not going to argue about the silver and the twinkle, and I'll even go along with the shiny pants. But these pointed shoes I've got on are very popular. They're French Schreiner and Erner's new bayonet model. They're very snappy, don't you think?
Snappy is right. But personally, Jack, I like a shoe that spreads out.
Listen, brother, any shoe you step into is doomed. Believe me.
Oh, I'm not so heavy on my feet.
You're not, eh? Don, your arches fell the first time your mother said, "Come on, Snookums, walk toward me." But speaking about these shoes I'm wearing...
Wow, get a load of them. Did Vaudeville come back?
No, Vaudeville didn't come back. Just so happens that for a change, I switched to a pointed, tight-fitting shoe.
Then where do you keep your money now?
I've got a hollow tooth. I can go along with a gag system. Now, let me tell you something, young lady. Any more of those Livingston Lulus tonight, and your invitation to my Christmas party next Thursday is automatically canceled. Remember that.
Oh, Jack, speaking of your party, what are you going to serve for dinner? Turkey, goose, or duck?
Ham hocks, and not another word about it. Come early, Don. You know, a lot of big movie stars are going to be there.
Movie stars? Name one.
Now, there'll be lots.
Come on, name one.
No, they'll be there.
Don't stall. Name one movie star that's going to be at your party.
All right, Rodney Dangerfield. I know he's coming because he already sent me a wire by Western Union.
Western Union I heard about, but who is Rodney Dangerfield?
Who is Rodney Dangerfield? Well, I'll be... Mary, did you see the Fargo Kid rides the Pony Express on the Santa Fe Trail at the Hitching Post Theater last week? Did you?
No.
Well, that was Rodney's greatest performance. If you could have seen him jump out of the second-story window of a burning building and gallop out of town on his horse, blazing away with his six-shooter in one hand and playing Tumbleweed Girl, I Love You on his guitar with the other. Well, what a scene.
Pretty thrilling, huh?
Was it? A kid sitting in back of me got so excited he beat me on the head with a stick of licorice. Anyway, you'll meet Rodney at my house next Thursday.
Well, who else is coming, Jack?
Well, you know, I'm making a picture with Carol Lombard, so naturally I had to invite her. And I also told her to ask Clark if he wanted to come.
Gee whiz, is Clark Gable going to be at your party?
Well, I'm not sure about him, but I got a definite no from Lombard. Let's see, and the Gary Coopers can't come, and the Henry Fondas had a previous engagement, and Bob Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck have a toothache.
Between them?
How do I know? And then Claudette Colbert can't come. She sprained her ankle.
I saw her dancing at the Macombo last night.
With that ankle? Poor kid. And then Errol Flynn can't make it. He's in New York, you know. Well, let's see. Oh, yes, Barney Dean. He's coming. I'm sure.
Well, here I go again. Who's Barney Dean?
Who's Barney Dean? Did you see Sergeant York?
Yes.
Well, he was a soldier in that. That's who. Anyway, Barney Dean will be there. And then I invited... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Bub. Sorry I'm late, but I was across the street shooting pool.
Shooting pool? Well, let me ask you something, Phil. Who paid you your salary, me or the pool room?
Look, Jackson, if I didn't take the salary I get here and double it over there, I'd have to give up meat.
Too bad about you.
Hey, Phil, are you and Alice coming to Jack's party?
Oh, I don't know. Who's going to be there?
Everybody from Barney Dean to Rodney Dangerfield.
Don't run him down.
Hey, is Rod Dangerfield going to be at your party?
Yep.
Oh, that guy's terrific. I think he's darn near as good as Hoot Horowitz.
What do you mean, darn near as good? Did you see Rodney's latest picture, that Fargo kid rides the Pony Express on the Santa Fe Trail?
Yeah, I seen it last week.
That was a thriller, wasn't it?
You said it. I got so excited I hit some old bird in the front of me with my electric stick.
Oh, ho! So that was you. You were at the Hitching Post Theater last Tuesday evening.
Not so loud, Jackson. I was playing hooky from my night school.
Oh. Well, don't worry. I won't squeal.
You better not, Sponger, or I'll have to grill you. A bang, a bang, a bang.
You're not a drilling me, son, because I'm the sheriff. A bang, a bang, a bang. Bang.
These two cowboys come to you through the courtesy of Jello, who are open for suggestions.
Never mind. We'll talk about the picture later, Phil. Now, how about a band number?
Okay.
Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Am I going to be invited to your Christmas party? My name is Pigeon.
Walter Pigeon?
No, Dead Pigeon. A bang, a bang, a bang.
What a head he's got. That's the only grapefruit I ever saw that can take shorthand. He's my secretary, folks. Play, Phil. That was Popo Catapedal, played by Phil Harris and his Yuletide Orchestra. Yule meaning you'll have to go a long way to hear a band like this, and tide meaning I wish they'd go out with us. But
But no kidding, Phil. That number sounded swell. It was really the nut. All right, Don. Phil's number was the nut.
Oh, Jack, this one is utterly absurd.
Don, Phil's band number was the nut.
You know it wasn't.
That's not the point. Come on, Don. Phil's band number was the nut.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer...
You see?
Why not ask him for a package of Jell-O with its new locked-in flavor?
Now, here's the clever part, folks.
Oh, Jack, I'll never be able to face my friend.
Don Nut!
Oh, very well. So whether your name is Hazel or Filbert, you will not regret buying this tempting and economical dessert. Buy Hickory.
Very good. Very good. There you are, Don. That was one of the most novel things I've ever written.
Oh, Jack, you didn't write that.
Yes, I did.
All by yourself?
All by myself.
You mean it came to you like a flash?
Like a bolt out of the blue.
Keep talking, brother. When I get the right lead, I'm going to murder you.
No, don't be so critical. That was a very clever commercial. Wasn't it, Dennis? Hey, where's Dennis?
Here I am. I'm back at Mr. Wilson's.
Oh.
Peekaboo.
Peekaboo. You gotta humor the kid. Say, Dennis, have you got a nice song prepared for today?
Yeah, but first I want to thank you for letting me come over to the studio the other day.
Oh, don't mention it.
That was a pretty hot love scene you did with Carol Lombard, by golly.
Yes, it was.
Gosh, when you grabbed her and gave her that big kiss, I got so excited I was quivering all over.
You were?
She didn't even move a muscle.
Never mind.
What's the matter with that girl?
I don't know.
Look, boys, she kisses Gable when she leaves home in the morning, and she kisses him when she gets back at night. Anything in between is strictly cheesecake.
Well, I don't want to be catty, but, oh, well, forget it. How about a song, Dennis? What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing a medley of Christmas carols.
Good. Oh, say, fellas, that reminds me. I've got to go home early tonight and do some work on my Christmas tree. I want to get it all trimmed up for the party. You want to come and help me, Mary?
Sure, why not?
Phil, after Dennis's song, you can play a few selections and fill out the program.
Well, that'll give me a chance to play a couple of high-class numbers like Kuzitz plays. Andre Costa. What's the rest of this here?
Lannis, Andra Castellanis. Oh, brother.
Well, why do you always embarrass me by making up them big words?
I didn't make up anything. That's the man's name. He's married to Lily Pond.
Her I can say.
Look, Phil, just accompany Dennis's song, then put on your hat and go home. Come on, Mary, let's get out of here. What's that? Come in.
Telegram. Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Right here, Bud. Give him a tip, will you, Jack?
Okay. Here you are, boy. Here's $50 for you.
Thanks. I can go along with a gag. A boom.
You can louse it up, too. He had to put a boom on the end of it. Wasn't satisfied it was written. Had to put a boom. Anyway, I'd like to see one stooge in this town with hair. Come on, Mary.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. This letter's from Mama.
You can read it in the cab. Come on.
Oh, I'll let her read it now, Jack. Mary's mother's she's just a riot.
Oh, all right. I'm glad you got that out, too. If we had an hour program, we'd be very successful here. You know that. All right, read your mother's letter, Mary. What's the head of Hopper of Plainfield got to say?
My darling daughter Mary, just a line to let you know that Christmas is almost here, and as yet I have not received your X-Ray.
X-Ray?
But don't get me wrong. If your check has been delayed in the mail, I take back everything I'm thinking.
How can anybody be so mercenary?
Your sister Ethel and her husband are here for the holidays and will spend several weeks with us. Inasmuch as they live right next door, I think this is an imposition.
Oh, I don't know.
Quiet. You ought to see your sister's new baby. Everybody says it's a regular little doll. And they're right. It looks just like Popeye.
Well, no wonder, after all, your sister is no rose. And that husband of hers, does he still sell bluing house to house?
No, he's the vanilla extract man now.
Oh, vanilla extract man. Oh, he's going places. Come on, finish the letter.
Speaking of Christmas, I saw your father tiptoeing up the stairs last night with a great big package over his shoulder. I was thrilled to death until I found out the package was your Uncle Willie.
Boy, was he full of vanilla.
No more news, except that your brother Bacardi...
Bacardi?
Papa named him off a bottle.
Oh.
Except that your brother Bacardi was turned down by the arm on account of feet, chest, and head. Also, his hands drag on the ground when he walks.
Gee, his nails must be a mess.
Love to all, Mama.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's a P.S. Tell Jack I heard him do Dr. Jekyl and Mr. Hyde on the program a few weeks ago. What a performance.
Performance? Let's see that. Well, I'll be darned. If I'd have known this was going to happen, I'd have put another cup of water in that perfume I sent her. Sing, Dennis. See you Christmas, fellas. Come on, Mary. Let's get over to the house.
The first Noel, the angel did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Noel, 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 Noel. One is the King of Israel. Away in a manger, no crib for his bed. The little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the heavens looked down where he lay. The little Lord Jesus asleep in the hay. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconciled. Joy for all ye nations rise, join the triumph of our skies. With angelic hope proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
Right up here, buddy. It's that big white house with the iron reindeer on the lawn.
Okay, pal.
Boy, look at that meter, $1.50.
Oh, driver, how much do I owe you?
Like she said, $1.50.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what. How would you like that? $3 or nothing?
Double nothing? Okay, pal.
I'm asking you. Just a second. Okay, here goes. Come on, lift up.
Well, so long, pal.
Rochester, why doesn't he answer the door? I have to stand here all night?
Oh, take it easy, Jack. Calm down. What's $3?
It's not the money. I don't believe in gambling. Don't talk to me. I feel awful.
Why don't you take off one of those shoes and cut your throat?
Mary, I'm in no mood for any...
Good evening, boss. Happy Yuletide.
Rochester, you were late answering the door, and I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm fining you $3. You understand?
I wish the stock market would come back that fast.
Never mind. Any messages, Rochester?
Yes, sir. Mr. Charles Boyer called and said he won't be able to attend your Christmas party.
Why not?
You got me, boss. He gave his excuse in French.
Well, that's the sneakiest thing I ever heard of. Any other messages?
Yes, Lady Mendel phoned. Said she got your lovely invitation, and who are you?
Did she ever go to the movies, for heaven's sake? Come on, Mary. The tree is in the library. Bring my slippers, Hector.
Your slippers? Lounging, bedroom, or ballet?
I'm in no mood for a ballet dance, believe me. Bring in my lounging slippers.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mary. While I'm putting the star on top of the tree, you can be hanging popcorn balls on the branches.
Oh, is your tree going to have branches this year? Yes, it's going to have branches. Well, I think the one you had last... Uh-oh, here comes your boarder.
Yeah. I wonder why he's carrying that hatchet. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benny. Home a little early, I see.
Yes, I have some work to do around the house. Oh, Mr. Billingsley, what are you doing with that hatchet? Are you a Boy Scout now?
No, I'm going out to dinner later, and when I say chopped chicken liver, that's what I mean.
I see.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Keep 'em flying.
I can't understand Mr. Billingsley lately. You know, Mary, he slept under his bed last night. He hung onto the springs like a bat, you know. Weird fellow. Well, there you are. There's my Christmas tree, Mary. Isn't it nice?
Yeah, that's the biggest one you ever had. Where'd you get it?
Where'd we get that? We got it just north of Redwood City. Well, let's start with the decorations. Mary, you hang up these candy canes, and I'll... Rochester, what happened to that box of popcorn balls we had in the closet?
I got bad news, boss. There's nothing in there now but a big fat mouse.
Darn it, I'm short of ornaments. Got to have something to hang on that tree.
Yes, those socks look awful by themselves.
The socks are coming off as soon as they're dry. I wanted popcorn balls to add a little... I have an idea. How would oranges look there?
Oranges?
Yeah, I've got a backyard full of them. I'll go out and pick them. Meanwhile, start with those candy canes, Mary. I'll be right back. Jingle bells, yum bum 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 dum dum dum. $3. I had to match them. Yum dum 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 bum 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 bum. Oh well. Jingle bells, yum dum dee. Let's see. I think there's some big ones in this tree over here. Yeah, these will be fine. A nice big juicy one. I'll take about a dozen. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello, mister. What are you doing?
Hello. 6. Oh, hello, little girl. Where did you come from?
I was just looking around your yard. Where's your polo bear?
My polar bear? Oh, he's asleep for the winter. Do you live around here?
Yes, we just moved into that new house next to Ronald Coleman's.
Oh, next to Ronald Coleman's. Oh, that's swell. We're going to be neighbors, aren't we?
Uh-huh. You're Jack Benny, aren't you?
That's right. That's who I am.
Gee, I heard you do Dr. Jekyl and Mr. Hyde on the radio. What a performance!
Hey, it was pretty good. Say, little girl, your face is kind of familiar. Haven't I seen you in pictures?
You might have. My name's Carolyn Lee.
Oh, Carolyn Lee. Yeah. Well, this is certainly a surprise. So little Miss Lee is my neighbor.
You can call me Carolyn.
Good. And you can call me Jack.
Okay, Jack.
Gee, she's cute. Say, Carolyn, you going to be busy Christmas morning?
I don't know why.
Well, I had a telephone call from Santa Claus last night, and he told me he was going to leave a beautiful present under my tree, especially for you.
Well, let's analyze this. How did Santa Claus know you were going to meet me?
Oh, he even knows about things before they happen. He knows everything.
Then
why we've got to be real good, especially around Christmas.
Then why are you picking Mr. Coleman's oranges?
Look, Carolyn. These aren't Mr. Coleman's oranges. What hangs over the fence is mine. Now, let me tell you something about Santa Claus, Carolyn. Every year at this time, he makes a list of good little boys and girls, and when they wake up Christmas morning...
Hey, boss, come in here.
I'll be with you in a minute. And, Carolyn, if these little boys and girls have been real good...
You gotta come in now, boss. Mr. Billingsley's chopping down the Christmas tree.
What? Chopping down the tree? See you later, Carolyn. Mr. Billingsley! Mr. Billingsley, Mary's chopping.
It's too late now.
Oh, my goodness. I knew I should have taken away his hatchet.
What a combination. Golden apricots and rich shimmering lemon jello. That's the swell blend that makes jello apricot rings such a grand treat. Just sliced canned apricots and lemon jello, deliciously molded into one of the most tempting desserts you ever tasted. And one of the easiest, too. Simply dissolve one package of lemon jello in 1 1/4 cups of hot water. Next, add a dash of salt and 3/4 cups of syrup from the canned apricots. Then chill until thickened and fold in 2 1/2 cups of the sliced canned apricots themselves. When molded, served with a garnishing of whipped cream, apricot quarters, and green maraschino cherry. And there's a dessert you just can't beat for taste and attractiveness. Juicy sliced apricots blended with the richness of sun lemon jello. So get them both and make up this delightful treat. Jello makes any gelatin dessert taste extra good because the locked-in process protects the flavor for your complete enjoyment.
We're a little late, so good night, folks, and Merry Christmas to all.
Remember, tomorrow when you order Jello puddings, too, in all 3 flavors. Jello puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. There are lots of ways of getting in good with your boss. Strange that Phil has never found one of them. But tonight he faces danger bravely to win Mr. Scott's goodwill. More about that later, but first a word from RCA Victor. Listen carefully. Here's the news you've been waiting for. Now you can buy a superset at the lowest price ever and still enjoy all the quality and performance which is traditionally RCA Victor's. Stop in at your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow. And let him show you the Colby, for example, a 17-inch table model at only $229.95. Or choose the beautiful Selfridge Ensemble. Its 21-inch television for only $379.50. And all these prices are complete. They include federal excise tax, full-year warranty on the picture tube, and no extra charge for your favorite finish mahogany. Yes, listen carefully. RCA Victor prices on supersets are lowest ever. So take advantage of it now. Get a great new superset made by RCA Victor. cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Last night, Phil's sponsor, Mr. Scott, had a dinner party at his home for the cast of the RCA Victor radio show. It was rather a hectic affair, and as we look in this morning, we find a dazed Mr. and Mrs. Scott at their breakfast table.
Oh, what a horrible party that was last night. Clyde.
Oh?
Why did you have to invite Mr. Harris's musicians? Why? Why?
Stop nagging and get me some fresh ice cubes for my head. Oh, have I got a hangover.
How could you have a hangover? You didn't drink.
I didn't have to. One of the musicians breathed on me. I wonder if the skin will ever grow back on my face. I never saw anything like the way those musicians eat. They're nothing but cannibals.
Oh, I never saw such table manners. Clyde, tighten the tourniquet on my arm.
Hasn't it stopped bleeding yet?
No, I just managed to get the last fork out. Clyde, how does my arm look?
Like a punch board.
They all acted like pigs, but one of them was particularly horrible.
Which one?
Frankie Remley.
Cora, please. Do you have to use such vile language so early in the day?
Thank goodness my mother stayed in her room and didn't have to see those people. She'd have been so shocked she'd have packed her things and gone back to Hackensack.
Would she? Honestly? We could have them back again. And
Never mind. You love my mother, and you know it.
If you say so, dear. I'm really glad the old girl didn't see those musicians. It probably would have driven her right out of...
Good morning, children.
Good morning, Mother.
My, that was quite a party you had last night. Such charming people. Especially those young men. Oh, they were adorable.
Adorable? Mother, one more remark like that and we're going to have to put you back in the attic.
Mother, how did you see them? I thought you were going to stay in your room last night.
Oh, I peeked out just once or twice. They didn't see me.
You're lucky. You might have been torn limb from limb. Cora, we'd better go. We have to be at the bank in an hour.
I'm ready, Clyde. Oh, by the way, Mother, in the melee last night, my wristwatch was broken. Somehow the clasp of my necklace was dented. I called Maurice the jeweler, and he's coming over later to pick them up and repair them.
Very well, dear. In the meantime, I'll put them in the wall safe.
But just to make sure Maurice doesn't forget, will you call him later and remind him to pick up the jewels? I'll see you tonight, Mother.
Oh, Phil, I'll never forgive your musicians for what they did at the Scotts last night. It was the most horrible display of ill-breeding I've ever seen.
Oh, wasn't that bad. Boys just had a couple of drinks and a few laughs. They got a little gay. I had a wonderful time. How about you, Remley?
I thought it was great. Wonder how the rest of the boys in the band enjoyed themselves.
I don't know. Let's call the emergency hospital and find out.
Your band ended up in the emergency hospital? All of them?
All those that weren't killed. I hope Bobby, the trumpet player, was thoughtful enough to will me his full-length suede coat.
Every one of your boys should be ashamed of the way he behaved.
Suppose you didn't like the way I behaved either.
No, I have no criticism of you, Frankie. You were nice and subdued. You didn't run around and shout or chase any women or get into arguments with anybody. You were very quiet. You just lay there all evening. And I'll never be able to face Mrs. Scott again after what Sammy the drummer did.
Now, wait a minute. Sammy's behavior was beyond reproach.
It was, huh? Then how come during dinner he sneaked up behind Mrs. Scott and kissed her on the nape of the neck?
He wasn't kissing her. He was just trying to bite open the clasp on her necklace.
You see, Alice, I told you, he's the perfect gentleman. The guy would...
By the way, Phil, did you happen to notice that beautiful pearl necklace Mrs. Scott was wearing?
Yeah, I've never seen a dame with so many jewels. Besides the pearl necklace, she had on amethyst earrings, an emerald bracelet, a sapphire comb, and diamond bicycle clips.
Bicycle clips? Oh, Phil, she was wearing an ankle bracelet. Well, I loved her platinum wristwatch set with diamonds and sapphires.
I like the ruby she wore on her nose.
That wasn't a ruby. She was eating a tomato. Mrs. Scott overdoes everything. Them jewels were bad enough, but all that gold she had in her teeth was a little ostentatious.
I didn't see any gold in her teeth.
That's because you weren't sitting opposite her during dinner.
Could you really notice it?
Notice
Phil?
it. Every time she opened her mouth to talk, it looked like a blinker light on a battleship. For a while, I thought she was trying to flirt with me in Morse code.
I think Mrs. Scott... Phil, Mrs. Scott is very foolish to wear all that expensive jewelry. Someday somebody is going to steal it from her. And Phil, I think you ought to call Mrs. Scott and apologize for the way the boys in your band acted last night.
I guess maybe you're right, honey. Because I should keep in good with my sponsor.
Why?
Why? Because I'm happy with RCA Victor. They're a wonderful sponsor, and they make great products. And it's about time you realized it.
I realize it. The stuff that they make is good.
Not just good, great. You know that RCA Victor has been the cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations? So don't knock their product.
I'm not knocking it. In fact, I wouldn't think of building a home without an RCA cornerstone. Their cornerstones are made of the best cement that money can buy.
Friendly. Here, face me.
What?
I'm going to tell you once more. RCA Victor makes television sets, radios, records, and record players.
Well, I'm glad they branched out. Bigger market for that than Cornerstone.
Will you stop already? Hey, Alice, you're right. I'd better call Scotty and apologize. What's his home phone number?
RCA 4726.
He's got his own exchange letters? Mm-hmm. How big can you get? Hey, I'll go in and call Scotty.
Yeah, I'll go with you, Curly. There are a few things I want to tell him.
Oh, Frankie, please. Come back here.
What do you want?
Don't go with Phil. Why don't you stay here with me?
Oh, no, you don't. I know you blondes. You get an innocent boy like me alone, you try to take advantage of me.
I just want to sing to you.
That's what I mean. All right. I'll listen. You go ahead and sing.
Okay. Down yonder someone beckons to me. Down yonder someone reckons on me. I seem to see a racing memory between the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee. Swanee shore, I miss you more and more every day, my sunny land. You're simply grand down yonder when the folks get the news. Don't wonder at the hullabaloo. There's Daddy and Mammy, there's Ephraim and Sammy, waiting down yonder for me.
That's the fish, Mammy face, we taste them now. There's lots of kissing and how. Down yonder someone beckons to me. Down yonder someone reckons on me.
I seem to see a racing memory between the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee.
Swanee shore, I miss you more and more every day, my sunny land. You're simply grand down yonder when the folks get the news. Don't wonder at the hullabaloo. There's Daddy and Mammy, there's Johnny and Granny, there's Liza and Willie, there's Sally and Millie, waiting down yonder for, waiting down yonder for, waiting down yonder for me.
Hey, Alice.
What's the matter?
Hey, I tried to call Mr. Scott, but there's something wrong with our phone. It's dead. Won't work.
That's strange. Maybe the receiver is broken.
Maybe there's a loose wire.
Maybe you didn't pay your phone bill.
This is no time to be funny. Do you realize that we're out of the phone?
So?
What do you mean, so? Do you realize we can't call anybody if we need something?
Oh, take it easy.
What do you mean, take it easy? We're cut off from the outside world. We have no contact with civilization. We're marooned. Marooned!
Oh, no! What a horrible way to go.
Frankie.
Cut off from everything.
Yeah.
The nearest house 30 feet away. Friends, here in this 58-room mansion with nothing to keep us warm except Alice's minks and sables.
All right, Frankie.
And we'll starve. There's nothing to eat here except steaks and chops and caviar and patty de foie gras.
Nothing to drink but pink champagne.
And nowhere to...
Pink champagne?
Mom's
Is that a good vintage here?
Good vintage. It was the best.
Well, then let's continue with the hysterics.
Go ahead, take it.
Pangs of
Yes, my throat is so parched. It'll take at least a mangum to wet it down. Oh, the agony of my...
Keep
Well,
quiet.
then open one bottle, will you?
Wait here. I'll go next door and call the phone company.
Oh.
For heaven's sake.
Killjoy.
Yeah, she can't stand to see us enjoy our suffering. One little split, maybe, a cold wine.
Why do women get so panicky? Alice didn't have to go next door to call the phone company.
Then who's going to get the phone fixed?
Get it, Mr. Bell?
It's coming my way now, Alexander. We fix it.
Well, sure. Nothing to fix in a phone.
Shall we have a go at it?
Well, yes, let's. Let me see now. Phone itself looks all right. Trouble must be in the wire that leads into the wall. Wire's probably loose. I'll pull it and see. You better give me a hand, Curly.
Yeah, okay. Come on.
I was right. The wire was loose.
Then why did I get a hernia? Look what you did. You pulled the wired part of the wall out, Remley.
Well, put a chair in front of it. Nobody will notice it. The wiring must be faulty in back of the baseboard.
Now, what?
I'll have to pull a little piece of the baseboard away to get at the wire.
Remley, I don't think you should...
Please. I know what I'm doing. I just pull a little piece away, like so. Now, wires are okay here. Must be further along.
Wait a minute, Remley. Frankie, I don't think that... Frankie... Remley, come back. You worked your way into the bathroom.
Sorry, Curly. I was so engrossed in my work I didn't realize I was in the bathroom.
Well, didn't you see Willie taking a bath in there?
Oh, is that what he was doing? I thought he was lying in a porcelain casket.
While you were ripping up the whole house, I found this loose wire. Look, it's right here in the living room.
Oh.
See where all those wires are?
Yeah.
Well, look at there. See, one of them's hanging down.
Well, let me at it. I'll have it fixed in no time. All I got to do is connect this wire to one of them other wires.
Yeah, but to which one?
Well, what difference? Wires is wires. I'll just splice these two wires together like this. Twist them around a few times. There you are.
Good boy. Now let's walk into the hall and see if the phone's working.
What do you mean, see if it's working? When I fix something, I fix it. There's your phone, Curly. Try it.
Okay, I'll see if it... Remley, why is the phone hissing at me? I ain't done nothing to it. And why are them blue sparks shooting out of it?
Why ask me? I'm not Don Amici.
You connected the electric wires to the phone wires. Do you know a guy can get electrocuted if he touches that phone?
Oh, Curly, you cannot.
I say you can.
Well, there's only one way to settle this argument.
How?
You pick up the phone.
Wait a minute, will you? I wouldn't touch that hot box with rubber gloves.
Well, somebody's got to try it to see if we attached it to the electric
Yeah,
wire.
but there ain't nobody going to be stupid enough to go pick...
home? I brought the groceries.
Hey, Remley.
Huh?
Here comes little Fuse Face.
Yeah, 30-amp Julian.
We'll get him to pick up the phone.
No, Curly, it's liable to be electrified.
So what? A little shock treatment might bring him back to life.
What are you guys up to? Why is all that wood lying around on the floor?
Oh, I ripped the baseboard away.
What are you doing? Looking for your wife's money?
Julius, you got here just in time. There's a phone call for you.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Remley. Hand me the phone.
Okay. That ain't the way it's supposed to go.
Hey, Julius, answer your own phone.
Okay. Just a minute, Mac. If there's a phone call for me, why is the receiver still on the hook?
Well, Excuse me, kid. We got to talk this over. Look, we've been ambushed by the enemy. Now, how do we get out of this?
Look, Curly, listen. Just tell him that you wanted to...
Oh, yeah. Good. Oh, yeah. Now, what was your question again, Julius?
I said if there's a phone call for me, why is the receiver still on the hook?
You got a telegram a few minutes ago saying there was a phone call for you.
And I gave the messenger a tip. You owe me 35 cents.
Remley. What are you trying to do? Get him to pay for his own electrocution? Go ahead, Julius. Answer the phone.
Okay.
At last.
Hold everything. Why is the phone hissing?
I wondered when he'd get around to that.
Now, why are blue sparks shooting out of it?
Oh, the dame on our party line is having a spicy conversation. Go ahead, Julius, answer it.
All right, I'll answer it.
Stand back, Remley. He's liable to come popping up like a piece of bread out of a Toastmaster.
I hope he comes out light, otherwise we'll have to scrape him.
Turn around. I can't bear to watch this.
Fellas, please, I won't be able to hear if you keep talking. Quiet. Hello? 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 There's nobody on this phone, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, I'm talking to you.
Are you still alive? Remley, he didn't get electrocuted.
Electrocuted? What's the matter with you guys?
Now, look, kid.
Wait till I tell my old man you tried to barbecue me little spare ribs.
Well, Frankie, now that we know that the phone is safe, I'm going to call Scotty.
Oh, good.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to apologize for our behavior last night. I'll tell him that, that I'm sorry about what happened.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Hey, that's funny. The phone didn't ring, but I can hear a woman talking to a guy.
Hey, maybe it's the dame on your party line, Curly. Let me listen.
Oh, wait a minute, Remley. Wait a minute. Hey. This is coming from the Scott's house. Quiet.
What?
Wait a minute. Holy smoke.
What?
Oh, them dirty crooks.
What?
They're not going to get away with this.
What's the matter,
Remley,
Curly?
some dame and some guy named Maurice are planning to steal Mrs. Scott's jewels.
No.
Yeah. The dame told this Maurice that the Scotts were out and that she had just gotten the jewels out of the wall safe, and he's supposed to come over and get them right away.
Well, if the dame called from there, sounds like an inside job.
Sure, she must be the housekeeper.
Curly, it's up to us to foil this nefarious plot.
We ain't got no time for that. First, we got to stop the robbery.
Let's call a cop.
Why call the cops? Why don't we go over there and then we can...
Bill, I called the phone company and... Hey, what's the matter? You look so excited.
Excited? Alice, listen to this. We overheard a plot to steal Mrs. Scott's jewels, and we're going to stop it.
Oh, that's awful. Did you call the police?
No, we're going to capture the crooks ourselves, and in that way we'll get in good with Scotty again. Come on, everybody, let's go.
Okay, here's the Scott's house. What do we do now, Curly?
Quiet. Now, let's tiptoe up to the window and see what's going on. Come on, Alice. Now, no noise, anybody. Hey, look, see, I was right. Look, that old dame is handing the jewels over to the guy.
Oh, what are we going to do, Phil?
Well, there's only one thing to do. Let's crash right in and capture him.
But, Phil, the man is probably armed.
Yeah, You're right. Hey, we got to be careful.
Yeah.
Remley.
Yeah.
You stay here at the window. I'll go around the back. And Alice.
Yeah?
You go in and take the gun away from that guy.
That's what I like. A brave husband. It isn't what I've got, but that's what I like.
Now, Curly, don't worry. I happen to have a gun with me.
Good boy. What gun?
My sleeve derringer. You need it when you play cards with musicians.
Oh. Good. Now, look. Let's just open this window and then get them.
Now, don't forget, Maurice. You take the jewels.
All right, you two, don't move. We got you covered.
Oh, my goodness.
What's the meaning of this?
Never mind that. Hand over them jewels.
You can't get away with
Why?
it.
Alice, take them jewels.
Got him, Chief. I hope we're not making a mistake. The old lady doesn't look like a criminal.
What are you talking about? She's got a criminal face if I ever saw one. Look at them beady eyes. Low-slung jaw, the receding chin. Look at them tattoos on her legs.
Curly, those are veins.
They are? I could have sworn they spell love, Simon.
Well, the man doesn't look like a crook either.
Of course I'm not. I'm Maurice, the jeweler.
A likely story. Remley, lock this guy in a closet.
Right.
What are you going to do with the old lady?
She looks dangerous. Here, Alice, hold the gun on her while I tie her up.
Don't you dare. If you so much...
Quiet or I'll be forced to gag you, too.
But I tell you, I'm Mrs. Scott's mother.
All right, you asked for it. Now hold still while I tie you. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. An old lady like you stealing. Can't you live on your Social Security? Or your relief check like my mother does? There, she's tied up. Oh, wait till Mr. Scott finds out what I just done, boy.
I'm certainly glad to be
Oh,
home.
Mr. Scott, am I glad you're here?
Harris, what are you doing in my house? How did you get in here?
I came in through the window.
The window?
Well, don't act so surprised, dear. Last night, some of them were coming out of the woodwork.
Mr. Scott, you ought to be lucky that I got here. I prevented a robbery.
What robbery?
An armed crook was in the act of stealing your wife's jewelry. And without any thought of my personal safety, I rushed in and single-handed overpowered this dangerous desperado.
What desperado?
That old lady tied up in the chair.
Well, good work, Harris. She does look like a crafty criminal with a...
Mother! You mean this old crook is your mother?
This old crook is my mother. No, I mean she's my mother.
Oh, no!
Clyde, untie my mother and take that gag out of her mouth.
Very well, dear. I'll untie her and I... Couldn't I leave the gag in?
No!
Oh, all right. There we are. There.
Oh, children. I'm so glad you're home. These three crooks held me up and stole your jewels.
Oh, I don't think they'd do that.
If you don't believe me, look at that woman. She has a gun in one hand and the jewels in the other.
Miss Faye, you a jewel thief?
Mr. Scott,
So that's how you got all your money.
Tell them.
How can I tell them? I don't know how you got your money.
About the robbery. Tell them why I'm standing here with the gun and the jewels.
Look, Mr. Scott, I can explain that.
I don't want any explanations. Just get out of here. Every time you're here, something horrible happens, like last night.
Oh, about last night. That's why we came over tonight to apologize for what we did last night. But, Scott, do you forgive us?
Yes, I forgive you. Now, will you please leave?
Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, Scotty, don't make any dates for tomorrow night.
Why not?
Because tomorrow night we're coming over to apologize for what we did tonight.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Have you heard the news? Now you can buy a new RCA Victor Super Set at the lowest price ever. Now you can buy the Colby, for example, a 17-inch table model for only $229.95. Or you can choose the Selfridge Ensemble. Its magnificent 21-inch television at only $379.50. So stop in at your RCA Victor dealers on Monday and see the Colby and the Selfridge and other RCA Victor super sets. They bring you television with picture power. You get clearer, stronger pictures. You get all the performance and quality for which RCA Victor is world famous. And these prices are complete. They include federal excise tax, full year warranty on your picture tube, and no extra charge for your favorite finish mahogany. Yes, everywhere, RCA supersets are priced lower than ever. Get a great new superset made by RCA Victor. And now here's the star of the RCA Victor program.
Hello, everybody. This is Dennis Day. For my first song, I'd like to sing
Wait a
for you
minute,
that old...
Dennis, wait a minute. What are you doing?
Quiet, please. There's a television show going on here.
What television show? This is my radio show.
This is just a radio show? You mean I'm not being seen?
No.
Gee, and to think I went out and got a poodle haircut.
Look, Dennis,
I even got a distemper shot.
That you can use. Look, kid, the Dennis Day television show for RCA Victor doesn't start until next Friday evening on NBC.
Oh, gee, I wouldn't want to miss that. I better hurry home so I can get a good seat in front of my television set.
Yeah, you do that. Look, Dennis, seriously, we all want to wish you all the luck in the world on your opening show on next Friday evening on NBC.
And me, too. Good night, Dennis.
Good night, Dagmar.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Lois Corbett, Norma Barton, and Ted Von Ellis. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air, starring The Lunts on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the men and women in the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till you're back from over there. Hi, fellows, this is Ken Carpenter, back again to say hello to you wherever you may be. We hope that means you're right beside your radio, because we've shuffled together a batch of your latest requests. And believe me, this week we really got a stacked deck. Our ace in the hole is our master of ceremonies, the star of Lady Luck, and here he is, Robert Young.
Thank you, Ken. Hello, gang. Now, men, you've asked for her, and here she is. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great young singing star, the vivacious, gracious, and bodacious Lina Romay. Welcome to Command Performance, Lina.
Yes, Lina, welcome to Command Performance. Welcome like anything.
Well, thank you, Bob, and you too, Ken.
Yes, thanks for the assist, Ken.
Oh, that's all right, Bob. Move over, will you?
Gentlemen, I'm overwhelmed. All this warmth and affection for one little song and one little singer.
I just can't help it, Lina. I'm just nuts about little songs.
Well, Ken, maybe I can calm you down with that feeling in the moonlight.
I don't think that's the way to go about it, Lina, but let's try it.
Did you ever get that feeling in the moonlight? That wonderful feeling that you want to be kissed. You're strolling in the park, the stars so bright above. You'd love to love somebody, but there's nobody there to love. Did you ever get that longing on a June night? That wonderful longing you can never resist. Did you ever get that feeling in the moonlight? That feeling that said you want to be kissed. Everybody now and then gets a little lonely. There's always a reason why. I know what it means to be lonely, even as you and you're strolling in the park, the stars so bright above. You'd love to love somebody, but there's nobody there to love. Did you ever get that longing on a June night? That longing you just can't resist. Did you ever get that feeling in the moonlight? That feeling that says you want to be, feeling that says you ought to be, feeling that says you gotta be.
Every century or so, civilization produces a great musical genius. The 19th century gave forth the matchless European violin virtuoso Hyde. But we in the 20th century are more fortunate, for we have been gifted with a number of musical geniuses whose names will live forever. There's Jascha Heifetz, the incredibly nimble-fingered violinist. Gregor Piatigorsky, the eminently successful cellist. I knew I'd get it. And as our guest on this command performance, we have the honor to present one of the greatest artists who ever lived. You've heard of Tchaikovsky, Bertelli, Rimsky-Korsakov.
Hey, Bob, that sounds like the Notre Dame football team.
None other than Chico Marx.
Hey, Dave, I'd like to play something, but have you got someone going to help me a little bit?
Got just a man for you.
What do you got?
We've got a nice violin player for you, Lou's son.
Louis? Where's the Lou? Hey, Lou. Oh. How do you do, Lou?
Fine.
You know Gypsy Love Song?
Gypsy Love Song. I know the chorus.
You know the chorus, huh? In the mic know it.
I know the chorus, Chico.
Well, if I played the verse, maybe you could follow me, huh?
Well, you play the verse and I'll noodle around.
You're going to noodle around?
I'll noodle a little.
What do you mean by noodling?
Well, I don't know how to explain it.
That's fine. You noodle on that and I'll... You noodle on that thing and I'll macaroni on this. Look, Lou, I know you got a lot of friends out here and you want to... I know you want to make good, but don't play better than me, will you? Are we playing the same thing? One too much. Sounds like a slow leak you got. That's very good, though. Now we try the chorus. But the chorus we're going to play pianissimo. You know pianissimo, eh?
Pianissimo? No, I don't know.
You don't know what pianissimo is? How long you study music?
15 years.
15. You know, 2 more years you could have been a plumber. 15 years. All right, I tell you what we do. We make it very simple. We play it allegro pizzicato. Hey, fellas, allegro pizzicato. You know allegro pizzicato?
Never heard of it. I never heard of it.
You know any of the pizzicatos? You must have been with Spike Jones's band. All right, do you know what pistachio is?
Pistachio, I know.
Oh, well, we play pistachio.
you, Chico Marx.
Bob, that's the theme song. It sounds mighty familiar.
Yes, Ken, and it will be familiar to the fellows overseas, too. Because if they have long stateside radio memories, they'll know it heralds the appearance of one of the finest quartets in the business. And here they are singing the songs you want to hear, the Charioteers.
Every night when the moon is shining bright down in Rio de Janeiro, comes a gent with a mellow instrument and a colorful sombrero. Then he sings and the melody he brings so tenderly plays. It's called a gaucho serenade. La 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 la. Si, senor, he's a happy troubadour on a party you'll find him. Si, senor, he will go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry out to join the parade and hear the gaucho serenade. La 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 la. Every night when the moon shines bright on Rio de Janeiro, comes the gent with a mellow instrument and a colorful sombrero. Then he sings and the melody he brings so tenderly played. It's called a gaucho serenade. La 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 la. Si, senor, he's a happy but all the party you'll find him. Si, senor, he will go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry out to join the parade and hear the gaucho serenade. Oh, the gaucho serenade, the gaucho serenade, the gaucho serenade. Tra-la-la-la, 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 oh, the gaucho serenade, the gaucho serenade. Well, the gaucho serenade.
Many of you men overseas have tuned in your radio to hear the thrilling dramas on Suspense. One of the highlights in the series has been the unforgettable performance of Agnes Moorehead in Sorry, Wrong Number. Here at home, the response of both critics and public was so enthusiastic that Miss Moorehead was called upon to repeat the playlet several times. On each occasion, she gave a stirring, vivid portrayal as the neurotic woman who hears a murder being plotted over cross-telephone wires and finally learns that the intended victim of the murder is herself. Miss Moorehead's characterization is truly an incomparable study in terror. Tonight we had hoped to bring you this great radio drama, Sorry, Wrong Number. Miss Agnes Moorehead, unfortunately, was unable to be with us. So we secured the services of another personality with the same dynamic appeal. None other than Jack Benny. We now take you to Mr. Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack sitting anxiously by the telephone waiting, nerves shattered, another victim of suspense.
Busy. It can't be busy all this time. Operator. Quiet, Polly. Operator.
I'm sorry, that line is busy.
Listen, operator, I've been trying to get that number for the last 20 minutes. It's a big advertising agency. They have a switchboard.
I'm sorry, the line is busy.
Can't be busy. I've been ringing that number since 25 after 11. Do you know what time it is now?
For the correct time, dial Ulrich 8900.
Operator, I know what time it is. It's 11:45.
11:45.
Polly, quiet. Listen, operator. I'm a subscriber. I pay my bills every month, and since I've been on this phone, I've had nothing but trouble.
Trouble? 1 moment, please. I will connect you.
Repair department.
That's not my trouble. What do I have to do to get Hillside 7593?
Just call the operator.
Oh, my goodness. Why can't I? Operator. Operator.
Number, please.
Look, operator. I want Hillside 7593.
You may dial that number direct.
I did dial the number. I keep getting a busy signal. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Look, operator, I'm Jack Benny. I have a radio program. My option comes up at 12 o'clock tonight. If I don't hear from my sponsor, Mr. Jones, in 15 minutes, I'll be out of a job. He's the advertising manager. I'm trying to get him on the phone, and I can't get the number.
I will connect you with information.
Operator, don't you understand? I don't want information.
This is information.
Look, I want Sevenside Hill 593. I mean Hillside 7593.
You may dial that number direct.
Look, I've tried it direct, indirect, and spelled backwards. Now, what do I have to do to get Hillside 7593?
You may
dial that number direct. Oh, nuts. I don't know what to do. This is driving me mad. It keeps getting later.
11:12. 11:12.
Polly, quiet. Besides, it's 10 minutes to 12 now. Your watch is slow. Well, I'll try. Whoops, there it is. It's my sponsor. He's calling me. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
It's 50 words or less, isn't it?
The contest is over. Fine time to ask about my contest. If my sponsor doesn't call me pretty soon, I'll go nuts. I still have 8 minutes. I got to reach Mr. Jones by 12 o'clock. Polly, quiet. Here's a cracker. And eat it slowly. It might be your last. Well, I'll try that number again. It can't be still busy. I know it can't. I'm sure there must be something wrong with the...
Hello?
Hello, is that you, Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, that's my sponsor. Mr. Jones, this is me, Jack Benny.
Hello, George?
They can't hear me. The wires must be crossed.
Yes, George. I've thought the matter over thoroughly, and I've decided to let him go.
I see. Well, it's going to be quite a shock to him. He's been with us a long time.
Well, George, he's had it coming. His work has fallen off so badly it isn't funny anymore.
Yikes! Talking about me. Mr. Jones, operator.
Well, Mr. Jones, don't you think you ought to warn him and give him another chance? It might be difficult to replace him.
That's right. Tell him, George. Tell him. Nice boy, George. Nice boy. Tell him.
No, George. I've made up my mind. I think we should look for a younger man.
Younger? Why, I'm only 37. 37.
37 and 37. That's 75.
That's 74, you dope. Can't you count?
So you don't think warning him would do any good, eh, Mr. Jones?
No, he's had his chance.
Mr. Jones, please, George has a swell idea. Warn me. Give me another chance. I might be difficult to replace. Tom Brenneman is so busy, and he has to get up so early in the morning.
Well, all right, Mr. Jones. I'll let him...
I've been cut off. Operator.
Number, please.
Operator, I want Hillside 7953. Will you please get it for me?
You may dial that number direct.
But I've been dialing all morning. My fingers are so swollen they don't fit into the hole.
1 moment, please. I will try that number for you.
Thank you. Only 5 minutes to go. I can only talk to Mr. Jones. If I could just plead with him, beg him like I did last year. Maybe I could talk him into giving me another...
Sorry, that line is busy.
Busy. What am I going to do? I got to think fast.
Busy.
Polly, shut up. This is serious. You may have to go to work. 4 minutes to 12. Wait a minute, I know. I'll call my agent. That's it, my agent. Why am I paying him 9%? I'll try and get him. That might be Mr. Jones. Oh, hello?
Hello, is that you, Edna?
Edna?
This is Johnny McGuire. I just got back from the South Pacific. I haven't seen a woman in 3 years. You're the first one I called.
Look, you must have the wrong number.
Oh, don't give me that, Edna. I recognize your voice right away.
Look, but
Now, what do you say, Edna? Let you and me step out tonight and I'll buy you a nice big dinner.
Look, I'm telling you, you have the wrong... Dinner? No, what am I thinking of? He'd only want to... I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. I wish I was, Edna. At least then I'd know where... Oh, my goodness, only 3 minutes to 12. No time to call my agent now. I gotta get Mr. Jones. Maybe he hasn't signed anybody else yet. I'll tell him I'll do anything he asks me. I'll let him cut my salary. This year I'll suggest it myself. The line's clear. It's not busy. I still have time.
This is Hillside, 7593.
Get me Mr. Jones, quick. This is Jack Benny.
Mr. Jones is busy on another line. Would you call back?
No, I'll hold on. Oh, hurry, Mr. Jones, hurry. You haven't got much time. I haven't got much time. Hello?
Hello.
Is that you, Mr. Jones? Oh, it's you, Polly. Shut your big mouth.
Hello? What's that?
Mr. Jones, I wasn't talking to you, Mr. Jones. It wasn't your big mouth. It was my parrot. This is Jack Benny.
Oh, well, Jack, I'm glad you called. I wanted to tell you...
Mr. Jones, please, before you say anything, listen to me. You gotta listen to me. I know I've been on the air a long time, but I'm not through yet. Honest, I'm not. There's still a few good years left in me, and I want you to have them.
But Jack...
I know I've made mistakes, Mr. Jones. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody but you, Mr. Jones. You always do the right thing. You're wise, smart, intelligent, kind. That's it, kind. You're too kind to cast me aside like an old shoe. Give me another chance. Please, Mr. Jones. Don't drop my option.
Why, Jack, what are you crying about? We've no intention of letting you go.
Honest, Mr. Jones, if you'll only give me... What? You mean you're going to pick up my option?
Why, certainly. I've been trying to call you all morning. Your phone's been busy.
My phone? Busy? Oh.
Tell me, Jack, whatever gave you the idea we wouldn't take up your option?
Well, Mr. Jones, I called you a few minutes ago, and the wires got crossed. I heard you talking to a man named George.
George? Oh, yes, he's my office manager.
Well, I overheard you telling him to let somebody go. You wanted a younger man.
Oh, I remember, certainly. I discharged him this morning. It was the janitor.
The janitor?
Yes.
Oh, the janitor. Well, the joke's certainly on me. Well, Mr. Jones, if the man wasn't doing his work, what else could you do? It's not your fault if the man isn't capable. There's no place for sentiment in business, Mr. Jones. That's what I like about you, Mr. Jones. You don't let your heart rule your head. That janitor got what was coming to him. I don't believe in a man whining and trying to hang on to a job when he's not wanted. I agree with you. If a man fails to deliver, let him go. Get rid of him, I say. Fire him.
Thank you, Agnes Moorehead. Jack Benny. And your cast of splendid performers. On my way to the studio tonight, something very funny happened. Nothing. But I did meet a man a lot of you have wanted to hear on Command Performance. He's a fine orchestra conductor, at the same time one of the outstanding arrangers and composers of the present day. You've heard his Holiday for Strings and Our Waltz. Now here he is in person, ex-Sergeant David Rose.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Bob.
Oh, it was nothing, Dave, nothing really.
Oh, yes, it was. You don't know how wonderful those words sound. Ex-Sergeant.
I see what you mean. Dave, how about leading the orchestra through your own treatment of Humoresque? There you have it, man, the 209th Command Performance. And believe me, all of us regard it as a privilege and an honor to appear on this program in answer to your requests. So keep those letters coming. As long as you're over there facing problems that must be faced and dealt with so that your country can accept its full responsibility to the family of nations, we here at home will be yours to command for good entertainment, in the hope that shows like this will make your task a little more agreeable. This is Bob Young. Good night.
For correct time all the time, wear a Bulliver. Trade in your old watch. Get a liberal allowance on a new Bulliver. Any Bulliver you choose.
Maxwell House Coffee presents Good News of 1938. Welcome to another hour behind the scenes in Hollywood, brought to you from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Imagine yourself with us now on Soundstage 30, sitting with the famous stars who have come to broadcast and to listen to our program. Tonight you will hear Frank Morgan, Fanny Bryce, Alan Jones, Maureen O'Sullivan, director Jack Conway, and Meredith Wilson, and anybody else that might happen to drop in. And here's your host for the evening, Robert Taylor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Bob.
Well, Frank Morgan. What is it, Frank?
Bob, I just wanted you to know I'm here. I was a little late. I've been trying to hire an orchestra for the house party I'm giving Saturday night.
Say, I'll bet that's going to be some party. Hiring an orchestra and everything, huh?
Oh, yeah, I always hire an orchestra. Why, at my last party, I had the Philadelphia Symphony, 110 men and a girl. And oh, what a girl. Wow. Redhead. Let's see, her number is Philadelphia...
Philadelphia what?
Philadelphia, PA. I know my geography. Yes, sir. I get road maps from all the gas stations when I stop for free water. Yeah, but, Bob, have you any idea where I can dig up a good orchestra? Money's no object.
What'll you pay him?
Well, I'll give him my personal check for $200 or $5 cash.
Well, say, Meredith Wilson might like to make $5. What do you think of him as a musician?
Well, it sounds like a good idea. Why doesn't he take it up? Oh, Meredith Wilson, yes. Well, confidentially, Bob, he can't read a note of music.
Well, that has nothing to do with it. I can't read music, and yet I play the cello fairly well. I play by ear.
By ear? Well, don't you find that rather awkward with a cello?
I don't think you know a thing about music.
Well, I do, too. You're just jealous, Bob.
All right. Now, let's say that Meredith Wilson's orchestra was to play an andante movement or an agitato movement or poco lento.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yes, well, that's what I say. What's the difference? Who cares? Let them play anything. What's the score? Who's playing?
Oh, please, Meredith. Whistle while you work.
you work. Put on that grin and start right in to whistle while you work. So hum a merry tune. Just do your best and take a rest and sing yourself a song. When there's too much to do, don't let it bother you. Forget your trouble, try to be just like a cheerful chickadee and whistle while you work. Come on, get smart, tune up and start to whistle while you work.
Whistle while you work.
Put on that green and start right in to whistle while you work.
So hum a merry tune.
Just do your best and take a rest and sing yourself a song.
When there's too much to do, don't let it bother you. Forget your trouble, try to be just like the cheerful chickadee and
whistle while you work. Come on, get smart, tune up and start to whistle while you work. Whistle while you work. You'll never, never quit. Come on, get smart and do your part with all your heart. Tune up and start to whistle while you work.
That was grand, Meredith. And incidentally, the song is from one of the grandest pictures that ever came out of Hollywood, Walt Disney's magnificent Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's Walt's masterpiece, and just as fine for grown-ups as for children. And speaking of children, brings me, of course, to that awful little girl who's become such a popular feature of our program. Here she is again with Hanley Stafford as her father, Baby Snooks.
Snooks, what are you doing up so early?
What time is it?
Why, it's not 8 yet.
Is it 7?
No, it's after 7.
Well, 8 comes after 7.
I know it does, but it's different with telling time.
Why?
Because it is. You have to figure with hours and minutes.
There?
On the clock. Here, look at it.
What's those black things?
Those are the hands. They point out the time.
Where's the fingers?
They don't have fingers.
I got fingers.
I know you have fingers, but those hands don't have any.
Well, how can they point?
Snooks, they just indicate the time. Now look, every time that big hand makes a complete revolution of the face...
Oh, whose face?
This face on the clock.
That ain't a face.
I tell you, it is a face.
It ain't got a mouth.
Of course not.
Has it got eyes?
No, and it hasn't got a nose, and it hasn't got ears either.
And you call that a face?
Yes.
Do you feel all right, Daddy?
I feel fine. Will you stop interrupting me?
All right, Daddy.
Well, now look at the clock. The big hand is the minute hand, and the little hand shows the hours. Now, these numbers all around the face each denote a different hour. Are you following me?
Where are we going?
We're not going anywhere. I'm trying to teach you to tell the time. Now, do you see these numbers on the clock?
Uh-huh.
The number at the top is 12. When both hands point to 12, it's 12 o'clock. Understand?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, what is it when both hands point to 12?
I don't know.
It's 12 o'clock.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh. Then I'm late for school.
Oh, it's not 12 o'clock now. You just pay attention to what I'm telling you.
All right, Daddy.
Now, each time the big hand moves to another number, that's 5 minutes. And every time the little hand moves, an hour goes.
Where's it go?
Snooks, that has nothing to do with telling the time. All you have to understand is the movements of the hands. Now, let's see if you remember what I just explained.
All right, Daddy.
Here, now, look at this clock. Now, you see the little hand is between the 7 and 8, and the big hand is on the 7.
Uh-huh.
All right. What does the clock say?
Tick-tock.
Oh, it says 20 minutes to 8. And good heavens, I've got to get dressed and get to the office. Look out, Snooks.
Are you going to shave, Daddy?
Yes, and don't trail after me.
I want to watch you.
Oh, all right, but don't pester me with questions.
Why?
Because I'll get nervous and cut myself with a razor. Now, just keep quiet now.
All right. Daddy!
Ow! Why do you yell like that? See, I've cut my face. Boy, look at that slice. It's a beauty.
You like it, Daddy?
No, I don't like it. And I want you to let me finish, so don't make another sound.
I won't.
Remember now, Snooks, this razor's very sharp.
Yes, Daddy.
And will you be quiet?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Just stand there and watch.
All right.
Oh, Snooks, you made me cut myself again. Now, just get right out of here.
I'll be quiet, Daddy.
Well, you'd better. This razor pulls.
What you doing now, Daddy?
I'm stropping the razor.
Why?
Because it's not sharp.
Yes, it is.
Well, how do you know?
'Cause it's sharpened my pencils, all right.
What? Now, listen. How many times have I told you not to take my razor from the box?
I didn't take it from the box. I found it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen? What was my razor doing in the kitchen?
Mama was cutting an linoleum with it.
Snooks, I don't believe you. Now you're going to get a spanking.
Why?
Didn't you promise never to touch my razor?
Uh-huh.
And didn't I promise to give you a spanking the next time you did?
Uh-huh.
Well?
Well, I didn't keep my promise, so you don't have to keep yours.
Oh, no. You're not getting away with it this time, young lady. Come over here. There. You simply must learn to behave. There. All right, that's all. Oh, stop it. I didn't hurt you. Now come here and kiss Daddy and say you're sorry. There. That's better. Now, Snooks, I want you to tell me why I punished you. Now, what's the matter now?
That's just it.
Just what?
First you give me a licking, and you don't know why you did it.
Now, here's Ted Pearson with some advice on coffee. You know, friends, there's more than fine, full-bodied flavor, more even than that deep-down satisfaction in a steaming, fragrant cup of Maxwell House coffee. Yes, grand as that is, there's something more. It's that friendly stimulation in a cup of Maxwell House coffee, the kind that buoys you up and never lets you down. Now, we've taken various ways of pointing out just what we mean by that friendly stimulation. But tonight I have an idea we can express it in a different way. Anyway, I'm going to try. I'm going to call on our maestro here, our own Meredith Wilson, to help me out. Oh, Meredith, do you mind?
Why, not at all, Ted, if I can help.
Well, then, Meredith, how would you tell us about that friendly stimulation that's in a cup of Maxwell House?
Well, let's see. I think I'd set it to music, Ted. Let's say the boys and I have been rehearsing for maybe 5 hours, and we're pretty well worn out, all of us. And by that time, we're playing something like this. Then I know it's time for a little rest. And as we all file out, we're pretty apt to congregate in the coffee shop for a smoke and a cup of Maxwell House coffee. Well, 20 minutes later, we're back at our desks playing like this. Yes, Ted, once more we're playing Allegro Vivace, or in other words, Con Brio.
Or as one might further say, Con Maxwell House. Well, I guess there are times when, to alter an old saying, music speaks louder than words, and this seems to be one of them. Well, thank you, Meredith. You certainly have expressed the friendly stimulation there is in a cup of Maxwell House coffee for all of us. And so, friends, when you're tired, maybe feeling out of sorts, a little low in spirits, and you need a really wholesome pickup, well, then take time at your meals to enjoy a tempting, fragrant cup of the coffee that buoys you up and never lets you down.
Nice commercializing, Ted Pearson.
Thank you, Bob. Now I've relayed my message to our audience. I have a message for you. There's someone waiting to see you.
Well, tell him to come back later, will you? I'm very busy now.
Why?
Because. Oh, it's Jack Benny.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks. Yeah, it can't be that good. Hello again. This is Jack Snooks Benny talking. And, Bob, I just dropped in here for a minute to thank you again for appearing on my program last Sunday night. It was a lovely gesture on your part, and we appreciated it.
Well, that's okay, Jack. I enjoyed every minute of it. It was a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. We sure got a lot of laughs, didn't you? And the members of my cast got a big kick out of meeting you, Bob.
It was my pleasure, Jack. You know what impresses me about your program, Jack?
What, Bob?
Well, the way your cast looks up to you, the way they respect you.
Respect me? Oh, yes. I've got them trained pretty well, Bob. You know, when I crack the whip, they jump.
They sure do.
Oh, yes. You know, when I want something done, I simply give my orders to Mary, Phil, Don, and Kenny Baker. And Kenny does exactly as I say. But if things were bad before, Bob, you have no idea of the situation now. Since they met you, you'd think I was a stooge or somebody.
Gosh, I didn't mean to start anything, Jack. Is there anything I can do?
Bob, when you kissed Mary, you did enough. Really. Really, folks, you never saw such a smack.
Well, Jack, that kiss couldn't possibly affect Mary's feelings for you.
No, but last Monday was my birthday, and the kiss she gave me... what's good for frostbite, Bob? I got a warmer kiss from my high school principal when I graduated. I nearly killed that joke, too. One good joke, and I have to kill it.
Yeah. Well, then you did go to school, right?
What's that, Bob?
You did go to school.
Oh, definitely. Why, back in Waukegan, they've got a halo around my dunce cap. But, Bob, I want to tell you the real reason for my being here tonight. Not that you need a reason on radio, but I've been listening to this program for the last 14 or 15 weeks.
Oh, then you like our show.
Well, Bob, I will say that it's a nice program. It's nice. But it needs a little something to, it could be stronger.
Yeah, well, what do you mean it could be stronger?
Well, Bob, I don't mean that you have to send it to a gymnasium or anything like that. But I said before, it is a nice program.
Well, what do you mean, nice?
Now, don't pin me down. I mean it's pleasant.
Oh, yeah. You mean it doesn't go around and kick anybody in the face, huh?
Well, you don't have to get ironic. I didn't come here to tear your program down. I merely came to give you constructive criticism.
Yes, but, Jack, I hardly think this is quite the time or the place, you see.
Now, Bob, when I see a man drowning, I don't wait until he hollers for help.
Well, what would you suggest?
Well, Bob, look, let's analyze it. Now, since this show is an hour and mine is only a half hour, we must use twice as much showmanship, you see?
Showmanship? Well, have you got any ideas, Mr. Barnum?
Just call me Barney. Now, Bob, the only thing that fits here, you don't mind my helping.
No.
The only thing that fits here is a very hot, swingy song. Now, take a tip from me, Bob. Have Judy Garland sing a rip-snorting zaz-zoo-zaz number.
Yeah. Is that what you would do?
Definitely, and I ought to know.
Yeah, well, that's fine. So now, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jones, our brilliant young tenor, will sing My Heaven on Earth. Thanks, Jack.
Oh, it was nothing. Now, the next song.
Heaven is a million miles away. Still I find it in my arms today. Heaven is the only word will do when I'm describing you. My heaven on earth started when you came into view. I never knew the thrill of living until you happened along. My heaven on earth came with a glance, bringing romance. That lucky chance was all I needed to fill my heart with a song. Loving you isn't hard to explain. You're sweet, you're lovely and gay. Heaven's loss has been my greatest gain for letting an angel like you get away. My heaven on earth, you're in my arms, you're in my heart. So who can measure your worth? You're my heaven on earth. My heaven on earth. First came in view. been my greatest gain, for letting an angel like you get away. My heaven on earth, you're in my arms, you're in my heart. Oh, you're all I treasure, so treasure my world. You're my heaven.
That was swell, Alan. Thank you. Well, Jack, the folks seemed to go for Alan's song, didn't they?
Yeah, Judy Garland looks entirely different in pictures, doesn't she, Ellen? Bob, I've met Jones before. He seems to be, seems like a very nice chap, an intellectual sort, ain't he?
Yes. Yes, he sure is. You know, after meeting Kenny Baker last Sunday, I would say that Alan is the exact antithesis.
Well, what is that, Bob?
I say Alan is the exact antithesis.
Well, yes, he is. If I knew what it meant, I could be even more definite. Of course, Bob, Kenny is a very amusing boy, though. He does say the most ridiculous things. I mean, when I talk to him, whenever I ask him anything, I get the silliest answers. You know, you've heard him. Like this morning, for instance.
Yeah, what'd you ask him?
To take a cut. He was polite, though. He said, "Go soak your head, please." Oh, he was coughing.
Well, of course, Alan is a different type entirely.
Yes, I'd like to talk to him, just in case Kenny ever happens to read his contract, you know.
Yes, well, I want you to meet everybody, Jack. Alan.
Yes, Bob?
You know Jack Benny, don't you?
Well, I'm very glad to see you again, Alan.
Well, I won't work for a cent less than Kenny Baker.
Yeah. That wasn't in the script, though. Biting the hand that might feed you, eh? I merely wanted to compliment you on your voice, Jones, although I don't think it was the proper selection.
What do you know about it?
Well, to put it conservatively, everything. You see, Alan, this show needs all the help that I can give it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. This show doesn't need anything.
Well, you're just being stubborn, that's all. Now, you take your musical selections. In the first place, I don't like the arrangements.
Well, what's the matter with them?
Now, you keep out of this, buddy. Who asked you to butt in, anyway?
Listen, Jack, this is Meredith Wilson, our conductor.
Oh. Now, look, Mr. Wilson, I sounded like Edward Horton then, didn't I? Now, look, Mr. Wilson, I was just telling Bob that the arrangements of your selection should have a little more schmaltz. You know, sounder construction in the bass, and let the melody carry itself. You know?
Well, Mr. Benny, when I want your advice, I'll send for you. And I didn't send for you.
Well, a Phil Harris without curls.
Yeah? Well, you're our Clark Gable without hair.
Who said that?
I did. Don Wilson isn't here.
Jack, this is Ted Pearson, our announcer.
Hello, Pearson. And that crack about my hair wasn't very funny. You know, I have plenty of hair. It just happens that I have a high forehead. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Jack Benny's head, buy Maxwell House coffee in the super vacuum tin.
Now, this is a fine way to run a program, a commercial plugs right in the middle.
You better beat it, Ted.
See, that Pearson has got some nerve for a guy with only one flavor. Well, Bob, anyway, now that I've got your show rolling along, an idea strikes me that right here, Meredith Wilson must play a soft number.
Well, is there any particular number you can suggest, Jack?
Well,
How about Rosalie?
No, not Rosalie. That number's so worn out. Let him play anything but Rosalie, Bob. See? Hey.
I trapped him, folks. That's the number I really wanted.
Always and always.
Hey, that's not Rosalie. I've been wrong.
Glory and wonder of you. Always and always, my love will go soaring to heaven, far under the blue. Life is strange and ever changing, doesn't make reason or rhyme. But through all the centuries time endured, oh, we'll be always together, forever and ever, for always and always I'm
Now, Bob, I think right here I ought to play a violin solo.
Jack, go away.
Oh, all right. A little class wouldn't hurt this program.
Meredith, that was a grand job on Always and Always. It sounded swell.
Oh, really? I wasn't listening.
Oh, say, Bob. Oh, there you are.
Frank, are you here again?
Am I here again? Why, yes, I think so. I'm sure I'm around someplace. I can hear my voice, can't you?
Yes, I guess you're here all right.
Oh, that's fine. Then we won't bother looking for me. Let's get going, Bob. Now, we don't want to be late.
Late for what?
The premiere. This is the most exciting opening night in Hollywood's history. Why, everybody who is anybody will be there. Believe me, I had to use plenty of influence to get you invited. And now you hesitate. Don't get...
Frank, where is this opening night? At Grauman's Chinese Theater?
No. At Tishabov's Turkish Bath. It's a formal affair, you know. I'm wearing a top hat, white tie, and a black towel. Do it right, I always say.
No, thanks, Frank. I'm not going to the opening night of any Turkish bath.
Oh, but, Bob, I got 2 front row seats in the steam room. We'll have a hot time. And they tell me it's a very stylish place.
Yeah, what's going to be stylish about a Turkish bath?
Well, in the ordinary Turkish bath, you have to take a shower before you go into the pool.
Yeah, well...
Well, but in this place, they make you take a shower before you take a shower. Very sanitary.
Now, you better count me out, Frank, but you'd better go. You certainly look flabby.
Well, that's because I exercise. Oh, who looks flabby? Why, Bob, you can't be serious. You know I'm the perfect physical specimen. Why, only this morning I ran 100 yards in 8 seconds.
8 seconds?
Yes.
Well, it takes Jesse Owens 9 2/5 seconds to run 100 yards.
Yes, but I know a shortcut. Why, when I was in the Olympics in 1914...
Frank, I didn't know that you were in the Olympics.
Well, neither did I until just now. Of course I was. Well, Bob, I was the sensation of the Olympics of 1918.
I thought it was in 1914.
My, time flies, doesn't it? Bob, I'm sorry you missed me in those Olympics of 1922. Let's see, they were held in the southern part of Europe.
Yugoslavia?
Yes, and I go skiing, too. Oh, Yugoslavia. That's the country. I thought you were clearing your throat. Yes. Bob, there's nothing like outdoor sports to keep you fit. Why, right here in California, I exercise every day, if it isn't raining. You should see me make a standing broad jump. And I'm a wizard at those old Grecian sports, throwing the javelin, pole vaulting.
What about the discus?
Oh, the discus. Well, I make my wife wash them. I wear the pants in my house with an apron over them.
Yes, Frank, I think America will acknowledge that you're definitely a manly type.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Yes, you're one man who is the absolute personification of masculine charm.
Yes.
The epitome of dashing virility.
Oh, what do you hear? From the dictionary? You know, Bob, I didn't know that I was so good. I'm going right out and hire a press agent. So long. I'll see you next. Yes.
Oh, Bob, who was that fellow?
That was Frank Morgan.
Morgan. What does he do?
What does he do? Well, I'll tell you what he does. He occupies the position of being radio's #1 comedian.
Oh, you mean #1 on this program?
#1 on this program or any radio program.
Oh, well. You mean not counting Sunday nights, of course.
Yes, counting Sunday nights or any nights. He's the funniest man in the country.
Well, that's open for discussion, you know.
No, that's closed.
Well, I've just opened it. And it's going to stay open if we have to run into Bing Crosby's program. Of course, you may think that Morgan is comical just out of sentiment.
Sentiment?
Yeah, you know the old saying, people on the same program are thicker than water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, whether you think he's funny or not, did you hear the people laughing?
Yes, they were laughing. They're happy. Things are getting better everywhere. That's why.
Now, I'll tell you why they were laughing. They were laughing because Frank Morgan is very funny. Do you get it? Frank Morgan is funny.
What?
I said Frank Morgan is funny.
Well, you're just in a rut, that's all. You probably think Jeanette MacDonald has a better voice than Andy Devine. I've never heard of her.
Get me out of this. And now, friends, once more it's time for that friendly custom of ours on these programs. I mean, a visit to the old Maxwell House here on the lot for a steaming cup of Maxwell House coffee. And, Meredith, will we enjoy our coffee with the music that goes with it?
We now pause briefly for station identification.
KFI, Los Angeles.
This is Robert Taylor again, ladies and gentlemen, and we're continuing our good news of 1938.
Hello, Bob.
Well, Maureen O'Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet the lovely lady who appeared opposite me in A Yank at Oxford, the picture we made in England last summer, Miss Maureen O'Sullivan.
Thank you.
Maureen, it's swell to see you again. Won't you sit down a minute and listen to the music?
Well, Bob, I understood, that is, wasn't I to do a scene from A Yank at Oxford at this point?
Well, no, not right now. The drama comes a little later in the program.
Oh, that's strange. The gentleman in charge out there just told me to go right ahead now.
Gentleman in charge?
Yes. Mr. Burney.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hey, Jack! Oh, just a minute, Bob. I'm straightening out Wilson's music. Now, Meredith, I think that if you made that a dotted eighth note...
You think so?
Yeah, just lay it aside while I clear up this other matter. What is it, Bob?
Maureen O'Sullivan...
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Miss O'Sullivan, meet Robert Taylor.
I know Mr. Taylor very well.
Oh.
Now, listen here, Jack. I don't mind your giving suggestions, but when you start sending people out on the stage in the middle of the program and confusing everybody, that's going too far.
I should say it is. You told me you were running this program, Mr. Burney.
The name is Benny. Jello. Now, look, Bob. My plan was to have Mavourneen here.
The name is Maureen.
Maureen, come out and do a dramatic scene. You know, something to take the curse off of the first part of this show.
I think that's a good suggestion. I think that's a very good suggestion, Mr. Jello. After all, A Yank at Oxford is opening in the theaters all over the country in the next few days.
Well, I wasn't thinking of that, Miss Yank. Now, look,
all right, Benny, that's enough. I'm not going to stand here and have you tear our show down.
Now, Bob, don't get me wrong. I'm only trying to be helpful.
Helpful? You're ruining everything.
Mr. Benny, when do I do the scene?
I'll have it straightened out in just a minute. Now, look, Bob.
I won't look at anything. I started out with a good show tonight, and now where am I?
Well, don't get excited. I didn't say it was your fault that the show isn't good. Not entirely your fault. What do you think, Maureen?
Well, I don't know whose fault it is. When do I do the scene?
There isn't going to be any scene. Benny, you keep your nose out of this.
What, the whole thing? Look, Bob, if you didn't want me to tell you how to run the program, why did you send for me?
Who sent for you?
Well, of course. I didn't know they'd gone over your head.
Who went over whose head?
Now, don't get acrobatic. You know how I happen to be here tonight, don't you?
No, I don't.
Do you two mind if I sit down?
No, not at all. Not at all. Now, Bob, look, it was perfectly simple. I was walking along Hollywood Boulevard, minding my own business.
I can hardly believe that.
Well, I was walking along anyway. And who should I see a block or two away but the head of MGM's radio department, Louis K. Sidney?
Yeah, go on.
Of course, I had no intention of forcing myself onto your program, but after I caught up with Mr. Sidney, we passed the time of day. One thing led to another, and I saw where the conversation was going. So I came right out and I said, LK, I always called him that, LK, would you like me on the Maxwell House program Thursday?
Oh, you said that, huh?
Well, what else could I say? I didn't want to embarrass him. Of course, he was tickled to death.
He was, huh? What did he say?
Well, he was very enthusiastic. He said, Jack, why don't you give me a ring in a few weeks and we'll talk about it.
Yeah? Well?
Well, I forgot to call him, that's all. I had to come down. I couldn't let the fella down, you know.
Well, it's plain to see, Jack, you wished yourself on the program, and I know, because Mr. Sidney told me he didn't want you.
Oh, he did, eh? The big gossip.
Hey, you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm getting tired.
Well, why don't you do what millions of others are doing? Refresh yourself with a cup of Maxwell House.
Bob, do I understand that this gentleman has nothing to do with the show at all?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, he's been giving orders like a second lieutenant. He's had me waiting for 10 minutes out there.
What's the idea, Benny? Keeping Maureen O'Sullivan out there cooling her heels.
O'Sullivan heels. That's a pip. Now, that's what you need on this program. Oh, that's dynamite.
That's not funny, Jack.
Bob, he's got Jack Conway standing around there, too.
Mr. Benny, how much longer do I have to wait? Just a minute, Mr. Conway.
Jack Conway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man who directed us in MGM's new picture, A Yank at Oxford. Jack, Maureen, I'm terribly sorry if you've come here under a misapprehension.
Oh, I don't mind, Bob. As a matter of fact, this is probably the best chance I'll ever have to pay a tribute to a man I've admired for a long time. He's one of the nicest people and the best directors in all entertainment world. Take a bow, Jack.
Well, thanks, Maureen. I really...
Sit down, Benny. She means Jack Conway.
Well, you've got to admit it was a natural mistake. Two Jakes here. By the way, Mr. Conway, if I may make a suggestion, I don't want to butt in or anything, but if I had anything to do with directing that picture, I would certainly have gone to England for the locale.
Hey, what's the matter with you? We were in England for 3 months.
Well, then you should have made the picture while you were there.
We did.
Well, then I'm right, you see, Bob, how I'm helping your program? I don't know what you fellas want, anyway.
Well, I don't know what you want, Bob, but I'd like to have everybody know how proud I am of the Yank at Oxford. I think you, Maureen, and Lionel Barrymore gave wonderful performances. In fact, I'm proud and grateful to everyone in the cast, especially those fine English players who helped us so much. It was a pleasure to work with all of you. The Yank at Oxford is the first picture to come from MGM's new studio in England, and I'm happy that I was the director chosen to make it. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Jack. There's nothing I can add to that. Thanks for coming up here, and thank you, too, Maureen. Jack! Jack, please go away, will you? Will you?
Oh, you're afraid you can't follow us, huh?
Play something, will you, Meredith? That was Meredith Wilson and his orchestra playing Hyde. We now present a drama especially written for this program by Dory Sherry entitled Epilogue to Love. The girl is played by Maureen O'Sullivan. Curtain, please, Ted.
So much has been written about love that sometimes we make the mistake of regarding it as a commonplace thing. Yet every day, love still inspires men and women to do noble and ignoble things, and they are reborn or destroyed. Now, Epilogue to Love. The scene is a hallway leading to a large room. Two men are walking to the room.
When we get to a room, I'll leave you alone. It'll be easier for you to talk.
All right, Jim. I don't know what to say to her.
Oh, you'll find the words. You see, Jim, she's so terribly depressed that I've taken this chance to get you here. It might save her. She has years of life ahead of her, if she wants it.
Is she badly hurt?
She's blind, Jim.
Blind?
Yes. That's why she doesn't want to live. But you can help her. You loved each other once. After you left, I think she married me on the rebound. Never has really loved me like I love her. If you can bring her back, I'll do the rest.
I'll try, John.
I know you will. Here we are. Mary.
Yes, John?
You have a visit? It's Jim Thomas.
Jim.
Hello, Mary.
I'll wait outside, Jim.
All right.
Jim. Say that again. Say, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Jim, darling.
You're as lovely as ever. Your hair is golden.
Jim, what awful thing took us apart?
Mary, let's talk of other things.
Yes. Other things, brighter things, perhaps, like... Oh, Jim, I can't see you. Do you know that I can't see you?
Let's not talk of that either.
When did you get back?
About 2 weeks ago.
I heard about you having been in that mine explosion. I was so frightened for you.
Yeah, it was just a big scare. 2 scratches and a lost hat.
I was such a fool, Jim. I should have gone with you anywhere you said.
Well, the part of the world I've been in is a man's world. Your life is here.
Life with no eyes. Oh, Jim, you don't know how terrible it is to be blind. To miss all the things that you take for granted. The early sun. The grey dust. The light and shadows on a wall of books. The glistening of a window pane after a morning rain. The blue...
Here, you mustn't. You need every bit of courage, every bit of sanity.
But you don't know. There you are, darling, looking at me. Seeing the colors in the room. Perhaps the sun is streaming in. I can't see you or the sun. Nothing. It's a world of black.
Mary, dear, listen. You'll find compensation. I believe that people do. All the nastiness, all the ugliness in life is away from you. You'll discover a part of your mind and soul that you never knew. You still can read, hear, smell, feel all the beauty in the world.
You say that, Jim, because you don't know. What beauty can there be with no light, no color?
There are many people there without sight who have found a beauty beyond the knowing of people who can see. A greater beauty of companionship, the beauty of self-sufficiency. And they can read and enjoy the same things with their fingers that they could with their eyes. They can hear and enjoy the same music. And over the air, they can hear the same things that make other people laugh and cry and thrill.
This part of my life that was you is gone. Gone forever.
That was long ago. And it isn't much of a life running to the four corners of the globe. Even now, I'm planning to go away again, this time to the desert. Some more interesting bones to pick and place in the history of man.
What's going to become of John and me? He knows how I feel about you. Our love is a ghost that comes back to haunt him.
He adores you, Mary. He'll give you everything he can. You've got to live for him. And for your son.
Oh, did you see my boy?
I met him downstairs. Fine-looking kid. Your hair and coloring, but his daddy's physique.
He's going to be a doctor, he says. This morning he told me he's going to study hard. And someday he's going to fix his mommy's eyes.
You'll get a lot from him, Mary. That's a love most people would envy.
Strange to think that someone could envy a blind person anything.
I'm sure they do. I knew a man once who saw his son fall off a cliff to a crushing, horrible kind of death. He wanted to tear his eyes out. He'd have done anything to wipe that vision from his mind.
You always were a practical soul, Jim. You could convince me of anything. Even now, for the first time in months, I'm beginning to feel alive again. I even smell the flowers in the room. What kind are they?
Ugly-looking blossoms. You see, you're getting a beauty I can't enjoy. I can't enjoy the scent nearly as much as you do because I see what they really are.
Oh, they're probably gorgeous red roses.
They are not.
Oh, Jim.
Mary, I'll have to be getting along now. I'll come back soon. But promise me, no more nonsense about yourself. You're going to get on, get well. You've got to.
Jim, darling, once I thought you'd taken everything from me. But today, coming here, you've given it all back. I'm so grateful.
I'm going to remember you as you are right now. Your face full of new hope. The sun glistening on your hair. Please, Mary, keep that way.
I promise.
Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, Jim. That's odd, isn't it, Jim? We opened a chapter today with you so simply saying, "Hello, Mary." Well, now it's closed with a simple goodbye, Mary.
I hope it's a new chapter for you. Goodbye, Mary.
God bless you, Jim. You've done it.
Tell me, was the sun streaming on her hair?
It was.
Good guess. Remember your promise, John. She must never know that explosion left me blind.
She never will, Jim.
My heart's acting strangely, it feels rather sore. At least it gives me that impression. My pulse has beaten madly without any cause. Believe me, I'm telling you truly. I'm gay without cause and sad without cause. My spirits are truly unruly.
Friends, that was Alan Jones who just sang Victor Herbert's Falling in Love with Someone. And now I want to take long enough to explain again just why it is when you make drip coffee, you need a special grind of coffee to fit that particular method of coffee making. Now, I'm going to do it by means of a little quiz. Now, when you make coffee by the percolator or boiled method, the water's in pretty constant contact with the coffee, isn't it?
Yes, in a percolator or coffee pot, the water is in contact with the coffee constantly. Not once, but many times.
Right. so there's plenty of time for the water to extract all the flavor of the coffee. But now, when you use the drip method, with drip pot or glass coffee maker.
Well, when you make coffee correctly in a drip pot or glass coffee maker, the water passes through the coffee only once.
Right again. Do you realize what that means?
Well, I should say that coffee used in the drip method must therefore be ground finer, so that all the flavor and goodness of the coffee is extracted quickly.
Exactly. And for that reason, because we know that the same grind cannot be expected to give the best cup of coffee by coffee-making methods so different in principle, we offer Maxwell House in a separate grind that is always just right for each method. The regular grind Maxwell House for percolator or boiled coffee, the special drip grind for glass coffee maker or drip pot. Yes, that's one of the secrets of making better coffee every time. Buy the right grind of Maxwell House for your particular method of coffee making. Then you'll be sure to make coffee that's rich and mellow, full-bodied, unvarying in flavor, coffee that's always good to the last drop. And don't forget, you can now buy Maxwell House coffee everywhere, packed not only in the 1-pound can, but in 2-pound cans as well. You'll find increased convenience and added economy in buying the 2-pound can.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Bob.
Yes, what is it, Meredith?
You won't have to worry about Jack Benny anymore. I got rid of him, but good.
You did? But how?
Well, he wanted to meet Myrna Loy, so I sent him over to the little dressing room in the corner of stage 30.
But that's Fanny Bryce's dressing room.
You're telling me.
I saw you last night, and I'm in the mood, fellow. Oh, Mozette.
Yes, Miss Bryce?
Tonight I'm expecting nobody. I'm strictly relaxing. One must rest the bones, ain't it? Quick, Mozette, the door. Ask the name first. If it's a man, ask the name later.
Oh, Miss Loy. Oh, Myrna.
Well, blow me down and shiver my timbers if it ain't Jack Benny.
Well, either I'm in the wrong dressing room or Miss Loy has been seeing too much of Schlepperman. Pardon me, I thought this was Myrna Loy's dressing room.
But what she got that I ain't got?
Well, she...
Don't tell me. Wouldn't you sit down, I hope?
Look, I'll be back later. I must see Myrna Loy before she gets away. I want her for my leading lady in my next picture. I imagine she'll be quite thrilled.
Why not? I saw you in your last picture, artists and models, and now you are Casanova. Vive la France!
Well, yeah, I thought I was at my best in that picture.
Was that your best?
Well, I might have sliced a little.
A little tight.
Well, look, yes, think so. But look at Bob Taylor. Look. Bob Taylor gave me a couple of pointers last Sunday, which didn't hurt any.
Now you're talking my language. You know, Mr. Benny, it's a very peculiar thing, but you appeal to me. I've got here a scene for my next picture. Would you mind running over with me a few lines?
No, look, later, not now.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you what, wait a minute. Or, after all, that's what I'm here for, to help everybody. Jack Pollyanna Benny.
Yeah.
Besides, the practice will do me good.
Wouldn't hurt me neither. Now, in this scene, you play the part of D'Artagnan, one of the 3 Musketeers. You know, all for 1 and 3 for 5.
Well, I like that, I think. That'll be... What part do you play?
I am your sweetheart, a ravishing, beautiful queen of Italy.
You look more like Dolores Del Schmutz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're very comical.
Now, look.
You're sweetly tender. Go on, Kitty.
Now, look, Schlep. Or Fanny, look. D'Artagnan's queen was the Queen of France.
France, Italy. What's the difference so long as she's a citizen? Go ahead, read the first line.
The first line.
Yeah.
Right from here. Just the way it's written.
Yeah, that's good.
I can't read backwards very well. I can't. Well, you know what Alan said once?
What?
Anything we make up will be funnier than this.
You're telling me.
All right, right from this line, huh?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Go on.
My queen. My queen. Come fly with me.
Come fly with you. I'm of royal blood, not pigeon.
Do not say that! Remember, you loved me when I won the Battle of Orange.
Now you got 5 to go.
5 to go?
Yes.
Strawberry. Oh, yes. See, Don Wilson will love you for that.
You think so?
Yeah.
And now comes the big love scene. You crush me in your arms like a little pushy willow. And then, come on, take me on. Mary's up. It's okay.
Huh?
Mary's not looking.
Okay.
Hoist.
Well, how?
How, yes. Look, first you put your arms around me, one arm like this.
If Fred Allen is listening, I'll die.
Then you put the other arm around me like this.
Like this?
Like that. Now you're holding me closer. I can still breathe. Now look me in the eye.
Which one?
The good one. This is no time for technicalities. Now you got your 2 arms around me.
Well, what do I do next?
Send for Phil Harris.
Fine thing. I'm going to look for Myrna Law.
And now we come to the MGM Concert Hall. Meredith, what have we for the concert hall tonight? Or has Jack Benny canceled it altogether?
No, Bob. He decided to let it stand approximately as we had it. We're continuing with famous melodies that everyone knows and loves. And tonight's selection is Fosselli's Serenade.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week we'll have another nice program, as Jack Benny calls it.
Yes, if you'll just follow my instructions.
Quiet, Jack. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear Louise Reiner, Warren William, Melvin Douglas, Virginia Bruce, Connie Boswell, Douglas McPhail, plus the Good News regulars, Frank Morgan and Fanny Bryce. Your ticket of admission is just your loyalty to Maxwell House Coffee. So be sure you listen in again next Thursday. And in the meantime, go to the movies and enjoy yourself. Well, Jack, it was grand having you here. Really our privilege.
Well, I hope I've helped you.
Yes, I think it was smart of us to ignore you, don't you?
That was the last insult on the 16th program of the Good News of 1938 series. And I will be back on my own program next Sunday where I'm loved. Good night, Bob. Good night, folks. The last time I'll ever come over to help anybody, believe me.
Always and Always is from the Joan Crawford Spencer Tracy picture Mannequin. Thanks for the Memory is from the big broadcast of 1938. This is Ted Pearson saying good night and good luck for the makers of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies, this season's two-piece play suits are bolder, briefer, exposing more skin. You'll want to be a bearskin beauty, beautiful all over. So get big bath-size Palmolive soap. Use it in tub and shower. Makes oceans of soft, lovely lather. Gives you Palmolive's famous complexion care all over. See if regular cleansing with Palmolive doesn't make your skin softer, smoother, more alluring. For bearskin beauty, get bath-size Palmolive soap today.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, that makes life tingles in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing When the Red, Red Robin Comes Bob-bob-bobbing Along.
When the red, red robin comes bob-bob-bobbing along, there'll be no more sobbing when he stops throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Get up, get up, get out of bed. Cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bob-bob-bobbing along. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bob-bob-bobbing along.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. In his relatively short lifetime, our young hero, Dennis Day, has held a great many jobs. And up till now, no employer has ever accused him of helping business. But things may have changed, for yesterday, Dennis became a clerk in the Weaverville District Telegraph Office. And those who know him say this will not help one business, but two, the post office and the telephone company. Our young hero, however, is determined to make good. In fact, to become the greatest telegraph clerk in history. And he's now telling his girlfriend Mildred how he's going about it.
You mean you don't send out the telegrams the way the customers write them, Dennis?
Oh, I keep the sense of them all right. But you take one of the wires I got this afternoon. George fell off a horse today and broke both his arms. Naturally, a person who receives a message like that is going to be upset, so I try to minimize it.
Well, how?
Well, I sent it out. George fell off a horse today and broke both his arms, but don't worry. His legs are still working fine.
I see.
Sure. Things like that are bound to call me to my boss's attention sooner or later. And wait till he hears about my big bargain wire.
Your big bargain wire?
Yeah. You know those telegrams you send a woman every time something important happens in her life? Well, I made up one wire that covers everything. Saves people a fortune.
One wire that covers everything?
Sure. It says, congratulations on your engagement, your son's graduation, your daughter's wedding, and happy golden anniversary, my dear widow.
Oh, Dennis.
Great, huh?
Well, is that all you do, make up and edit telegrams?
Oh, no. I also take all the incoming messages off the wires.
Well, that doesn't sound too difficult.
Well, right now it's pretty confused. There's so much stuff coming over from the Republican convention it's getting mixed up with the other messages.
Oh, really?
Yeah. One telegram read, congratulations, Joe. Stop. You have just become the father of twins. Do you sure of 18 in Oregon?
Up. I hope you straightened it out.
Oh, sure. I sent Dewey a telegram that he'd had twins in Oregon, that's all.
What?
And the other wire read, you have just become the father of 18. Joe, stop.
Oh. Dennis.
Oh, my gosh, here I am talking away and I nearly forgot what I came home for. I got a telegram here for your mother.
A wire from Mother? Oh, golly, it must be from her niece and nephew in Los Angeles. They were expecting a baby.
Yeah, and if I remember the telegram correctly, that's what they got.
Well, you better give that wire to Mother right away. She's been waiting to hear all week.
Okay. I'll see you later. Oh, hi, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Good morning, my boy.
I got a wire for you, Mrs. Anderson. It's from your nephew in Los Angeles.
Oh, at last. Give it to me. Little Susan arrived this morning, 7 pounds, 6 ounces. Stassen says it's time for a change.
Oh, it's that darn convention news sneaking in again. It's just a mistake, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh. Well, isn't it just marvelous, Herbert? Bill and Henrietta have a little girl.
Yeah. I hope they didn't have the trouble that we did when Mildred was born. Remember, for a while, the doctor was afraid he might lose me.
Yes, but we managed to pull you through. Oh, my, isn't this exciting? We've just got to buy little Susan things for her layette. Herbert, we'll use the $50 we've saved up.
Why, Poopsie, that $50 was supposed to buy that new suit I need so badly.
Herbert, you don't want your new little grandniece to go naked, do you?
She'll attract a lot less attention that way than I will.
Nonsense. Hand me my purse. Dennis, do you think you can run an errand for me and for once in your life get it straight?
Why not?
It baffles you, too, huh? All I want you to do is this. Take the time and go down and with a $50 bill to 314 10th Street.
314 10th Street?
Yes. It's a new baby shop that's just opened. I'll phone them and order everything and tell them you'll be in with the money.
Okay.
The address again is 314 10th Street. And it's for Susan Quincy's layette. Can you remember that?
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, you know me.
This once surprised me. Come along, Herbert.
Huh. Always making cracks about me. Thinks I'm some kind of a dope. Thinks I can't remember a simple name like Susan Quincy and a simple address like 310 14th Street. I'll show her someday.
This is sure some town Big Sam picked out for us, Pinky. A Bookie could starve to death in a burg like this.
Well, keep your shirt on, Duke. Nobody knows yet that we're taking horse bets here. Wait till the word gets around. We'll get action.
Yeah, but when is it going to start? So far, we ain't had
Hey, anybody here?
Gee, could that be a customer out front?
I'm here about the layette.
Oh, you hear that, Pinky? He wants to lay a bet.
Didn't I tell you we'd get action soon? Coming, pal. What can I do for you, bud?
This is 310 14th Street, isn't it?
Yeah, you're in the right place, pal.
Good. Here's the $50.
50, eh? Okay. On who?
I beg pardon?
What's the name of the entry?
Oh, Susan Quincy.
Susan Quincy. Oh, yeah, here it is in the form, only it's just listed as Susie Q.
Susie Q, huh?
Yeah, she's the first at Hollywood.
Oh, really? I thought that sort of thing was going on out there all the time.
Well, how do you want her, pal?
Huh?
Well, do you want her to show?
Oh, no, that's why I gave you the $50.
Then you wanted to go on the front end.
I wanted to go on both of them. She might get in a draft or something.
In other words, you wanted to cross.
Sure, cross around everywhere.
Personally, I don't think she's got a chance, kid. Not with the kind of handicap she's faced with today.
Oh, you know her parents?
Well, no. She's got pretty good bloodlines.
Oh, the best. Her father spent 4 years in Harvard, and her mother came from Wellesley.
Harvard and Wellesley, never heard of. Must be trotting tracks.
What Duke is trying to tell you, kiddo, is that according to the dope, that baby is a terrific long shot.
Oh, I know. I understand her family never even expected her mother to get married.
Don't you mean mated?
Sure, if you want to call it that. Well, anyway, her mother was nearly 30, and she hadn't even met anyone yet.
30? Why, they generally mate them when they're around 6.
6?
Sure. I certainly never heard of anyone waiting past 8 or 9.
Gee, I guess I traveled with a...
Well, there ain't no use discussing it any further. Your dough is up, and you got yourself a deal.
Swell. I'll drop back in on my way home from work and pick up the bundle.
Pretty sure of yourself, huh? If you ask me, you'll find this Susie Q pulled up in the stretch.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Who ever heard of anyone wearing one of those at her age?
Oh, hello, my boy.
Oh, hi, Mr. Anderson.
Take care of that layette order for Poopsie, all right?
Oh, sure, nothing to it. Those salesmen in that store are two of the nicest fellas I ever met.
Fellows? Why, the salespeople in that shop are all women.
Oh, really? Gee, they had me fooled completely.
Dennis, what address did you go to?
310 14th Street, just like Mrs. Anderson said.
310 14th Street? Why, she said 314 10th Street.
You mean I made a mistake? Well, what'll I do?
Well, as I see it, You've got a choice between a head start and a headstone.
Boy.
What kind of a store was it? Can you describe it?
Well, there were just these two men in the back sitting at a desk. One of them was reading a newspaper called The Racing Form, and he was...
Oh, my soul and body, Dennis. You gave that money to a couple of bookmakers.
Oh, my gosh, and it'll be at least 6 years before little Susan learns to read.
They don't sell books. It's a horse parlor.
Don't be silly. There wasn't a horse in the place.
Dennis, don't you understand? You bet Poopsies $50 on a horse.
You mean I... Oh, my gosh, so that's what Susie Q is.
Now, you've got to call those men this minute and tell them to cancel that bet.
Yeah, and I don't even know their number. Say, maybe Miss Baker will help me out. Thank goodness she's our operator. Hello? Hello, Miss Baker. This is Dennis. Look, you got to connect me with a store at 310 14th Street. It's a matter of life and death. In both cases, mine. Yeah, gee, thanks, Miss Baker.
That's a break.
Yeah. Hello? Say, this is the fellow who was just in and made that $50 bet. It seems I made a mistake, so I'd like to cancel the... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah.
Well?
They said a bet was a bet, and if I tried to get out of it, I'd find myself in the river some dark night. What can I do, Mr. Anderson? You know how easily I catch cold.
It isn't pleasant to have a cold in your head and your head in a block of cement.
Yeah, they aren't even handling the bet themselves because they haven't got that much money. They said they're phoning it in to someone called Big Sam over in Middletown.
Oh, if we could only think of some way to keep that phone call from getting through, then the bet would be off.
Well, you know that's impossible, Mr. Anderson. The only chance we have is if Susie Q wins the race.
Well, do you think she possibly can, Dennis?
Gee, I don't know. Let's have a look at that paper and see how the experts rate her.
Yeah, here.
Let's see. First race at Hollywood Park, Waterman, very coy, good early speed from gate, excellent morning workouts. Red sunset, speed and plenty of courage. Susie Q has bushy tail.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and as I just said, our only chance is to keep that phone call from going through.
We'll be back in just a moment to continue our day in the life of Dennis Day. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing Dolores.
I love the kisses of Dolores, not Marie or Emily or Doris, only my Dolores. From a balcony above me, she whispers, love me, and throws a rose. Ah, but she is twice as lovely as the rose she throws. I would die to be with my Dolores. Was made to serenade Dolores, chorus after chorus. Just imagine eyes like moonrise, a voice like music, and lips like wine. What a break if I could make Dolores mine.
It started when Mrs. Anderson gave Dennis $50 to buy a layette for her grandniece, and he bet it on a horse by mistake. Now the only chance he has is to keep the bet from being phoned into the bookie in Middletown. Luckily, his spinster friend, Miss Baker, who has quite a crush on him, is the local telephone operator. So Dennis has just dropped down to the exchange to see what he could do about tying up the phones.
Why, Dennis, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just dropped in to thank you for getting me that number, Miss Baker. It sure was nice of you.
Oh, it was nothing. Sit down, darling. Sit down. Right here on this stool.
But you're already sitting on it.
Yes, I know.
Miss Baker, please. This is a place of business.
Of course, and that's just what I mean. Come on, you gorgeous thing.
Oh, now, Miss Baker, I'm no different than hundreds of other attractive men, and you know it.
Oh, but you are. If I had a dozen boyfriends, I'd look at you the same way.
Really?
Yes, of course, I might be a little more relaxed about it. Come on, sit down here.
Oh, no. Gee whiz, you get me all embarrassed.
You're not embarrassed about sitting on that little Mildred Anderson's lap. I saw you last night.
Miss Baker, you've been spying again.
Oh, I have not. I just happened to be walking past your keyhole on my knees.
Oh, that explains those holes in the doormat.
Well, I can't help it if I'm a little jealous. You've never taken me out even once since we met.
Well, would you like a date with me tonight?
Tonight? Oh, Dennis, do you mean it?
Sure. Why don't you run over to the beauty parlor and get yourself all fixed up? I'll run your switchboard for you.
Oh, you mean right now?
Oh, why wait? If you want to look attractive, you better start pretty early.
Oh, but Dennis, I can't be... Oh, just a minute. I'll take this call. Hello? Middletown? Yes, sir.
Middletown? Quick, Miss Baker, to the beauty parlor. Hurry before they run out of eyelashes and hips and things. Quick.
Dennis, I have to...
Go ahead. I'll take this call. Hurry, or no date.
Oh, well, all right. Here, take my headset. I'll see you later.
Okay. Oh, my gosh, I got to stop this call from going through. If he gets to Big Sam...
Hello?
Did you want your number, please?
Yes, I want Middletown 333.
Middletown 333?
Yeah, 333.
That number has been changed to Middletown 334.
Okay, then give me Middletown 334.
That number has been changed to Middletown 433.
Then give me Middletown 433.
I'm sorry, there is no such number.
Operator, will you get me my party? This is important.
I'm doing the best I can.
Well, hurry, will you? I got to get through to Big Sam.
That name has been changed to Small Pete.
Has not. I want Middletown 333. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. I'm connecting you with Pulaski 333.
I don't want Pulaski. I want Middletown. Middletown.
That name has been changed to Cincinnati.
I want Middletown 333. Can't you get that through your head?
Yes, sir. I'm ringing Hoboken, Nyan.
You've got the wrong number.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll hang up.
I mean, I got the wrong number.
Okay, then you hang up.
Please, operator. I want Middletown 333. Please.
I will connect you.
Thank heaven.
Here is your party.
Hello, Big Sam?
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
What?
Kindly deposit $87 for 3 more minutes.
Never mind. I'm going down to the telegraph office and send a wire. Goodbye.
Oh, my gosh, the telegraph office. Where's my hat? Uh-oh, here he comes. Boy, I hope this eye shade hides enough of my face. If he recognizes me...
Hey, mister, you.
Howdy, Bob.
I want to send this wire to Middletown right away, immediately. You understand? Fast.
No, don't get in a sweat, sonny. Keep your Bull Durham dry. Who's she going to?
Sam Daniels.
Hey, what's that last name?
Daniels.
Better spell it for me, sonny.
All right. D-A-N...
What's the first letter?
D. D as in darling.
D as in what? Didn't quite catch that.
Darling. D-A-R...
What's that letter after A?
R. R like in return.
A?
Return. R-E-T...
What'd you say?
T. T as in tomorrow.
How's that again?
Tomorrow! T-O-M-O-R-R-O-W.
I didn't quite catch that last letter.
W. Like in wife.
Hey.
Wife. W-I-F-E.
What?
E, like in elope. E-L-O-P.
Did you say?
No, P like in plumber.
Oh, plumber. Now I got it. I'll read your wire back.
What wire?
Darling, return tomorrow. Wife eloped with the plumber.
No!
Want to send it a straight wire or a night letter, Sonny?
I don't want to send it at all. I'm taking the next train out of here and talk to the man myself. Goodbye!
Oh, my gosh, the train. Well, what am I waiting for? I know Earl Welch, the station agent, pretty well. Where's my hat?
Hey, are you the ticket agent?
Yep, here I
am. Give me a ticket to Middletown, quick. I want a ticket to Middletown. What's the matter? Are you crazy or something? That's the last train today, and it leaves in 2 minutes. Now give me a ticket.
What you going to Middletown for? See the barbecue show?
It's none of your business.
I went to the barbecue show once, caught an awful cold.
Look.
The fellow in the back of me kept yelling, take it off. I didn't want to disappoint him.
Look. I want a ticket to Middletown.
Oh, yes, so you do. You want the green ticket or the red ticket?
How do I know? Does it matter?
Nope, they're both the same.
Then give me a green ticket.
A green ticket with a blue suit? You don't care how you look.
Then give me a red suit. I mean a blue suit. Give me a... Oh, my gosh, look. The train's pulling out.
Yep, they will do that, you know.
Oh. You fool, now I can't get to Middletown. Do you realize you just cost me $50 I'm going to have to give back?
You don't say. Well, ain't that too bad? That's the fairest thing I ever heard.
Annie returned Mother's $50 to you, Dennis?
Sure, the bet was off. I outsmarted him. But I still may be in trouble with your mother, Mildred. I found out something when I got back to the telegraph office this evening.
What?
Well, I found out that...
My gracious, did you children see the evening papers?
No, why, Mother?
Oh, if only I'd played a hunch today.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
Well, this morning Susan Quincy was born, and this afternoon a horse named Susie Q won at Hollywood Park and paid over 200 to 1.
Mildred, if you want to shoot me, I'll be glad to write a suicide note.
Oh, my golly, is that what you meant you found out at the telegraph office?
No, I didn't know about that. But I found out that I delivered the wrong telegram to your mother this morning.
What?
Yeah, the wire I gave you was supposed to go to Mrs. Wilkins down the street. It was her sister that had the baby, only in Chicago, not Los Angeles.
But then what did my wire say?
I'd rather not read it to you.
Dennis Day, I want to know what was in that wire.
Well, it says, just got a sure thing tip on a horse. If you have any spare cash, take it all and bet it on Susie Q in the first race at Hollywood. Sign your nephew, Bill.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Blue Shadows on the Trail. But first...
Dream girl, cream girl, hair that gleams and luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream, the new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. For jars, 49 25 cents. Be a dream girl. A lovely
dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Well, as Jack Benny would say, we're a little late, folks. Good night.
Next week, tune into another Dentist Day show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's that period of watchful waiting which happens every spring between Easter vacation and final exams. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, spends his days now in careful consideration of possible results of year-end fatigue. His wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, is listening now, as he says.
And it's true every year, Vicky. From the moment they come back after the Easter holiday, anything can happen. And 9 out of 10 times does. It's the annual silly season.
Well, I refuse to worry about it, Toddy. Your ability to handle the youthful mind always thrills me.
If it were only the youthful mind. This epidemic of spring strikes almost everyone. Age confers no immunity. Even the faculty begins to organize ukulele clubs. And the Board of Governors are forming themselves into a scouting troop, which they're calling the Ivy Beavers and Bruisers.
Whatever did they do?
Who knows? Beef and bruise, I suppose. The youngest member is 58. Last weekend, they all slept under the stars at Schultz's Grove in Pup Tent.
It rained on Saturday night.
Cats and dogs.
Were they communing with nature?
Yes, but apparently nature didn't commune back. None of them has been able to get out of bed since. These disciples of Tarzan have learned, I imagine, that aping an ape man is not to be monkeyed with.
I suppose they had to call off their Tuesday meeting.
Yes, each one now is nursing his cold and dreaming up deviltry for me.
Oh, I think you're just imagining things, Toddy. Don't forget it's getting close to the end of the year for you, too. You're tired.
I hope you're right, but until the first day of exams is over, I won't be able to hear a telephone ring without...
Without what?
Without answering it, I guess, with great fear and trembling, and the sincere hope that it's the wrong number. Excuse me. Dr. Hall speaking. Mr. Wellman. Yes, I expect to be, but... No, I'll be here. All right. Goodbye.
Spring is here.
And busting out all over. He's livid.
When isn't he?
Very proper question. He probably means to prove that I personally turned on the rain Saturday night. Then bribed all the town doctors to prescribe arsenic in generous doses. Why didn't I think of that?
Why does Mr. Wellman go to such lengths to carry on this great feud with you, Toddy? He doesn't really dislike us so much.
Well, to be quite fair to our chairman of the board, Vicky, I don't think he could answer that question himself. Mr. Wellman is deeply and sincerely interested in this college and everything that happens here.
Well, so are you. You're also qualified to do the things that need to be done and do them much better than anyone else.
Oh, thank you, my darling. But my business, however, is education. Mr. Wellman's is soup.
On him, it looks good. I can close my eyes now and see him peering through the noodles.
Well, as the saying goes, let him wear them in good health. At any rate, in or out of soup, he is devoting his fortune and the rest of his life to Ivy. And for that, if nothing else, he has my qualified admiration.
Wellman is an absolute devil, and you know it. He's out for your hide. And mine, too, for that matter.
Well, Vicky, he can have mine. It's a rather tired, very battered old hide. Scarred by the marks of whip and spur, but yours, that is another matter. And if there is ever any move made in the direction of your lovely epidermis, well, Mr. Wellman will discover why they used to call me Wildcat Hall. The tiger of the tap room. Well, personally...
Yeah, well, that's probably Soup Face now.
No, be sorry.
Mrs. Hall.
Yes, Alice.
There's a salty-looking character here. A nasty old job. Looks like a top sergeant just busted to corporal.
Did he give you his name?
Well, not till I made him sound off. He just wants to talk to the top brass. Name's Wellman. He ought to be pensioned by now.
Well, ask him to come in, Alice.
Okay, but you're wasting your time, Colonel.
I do wish he'd stop calling me Colonel. Makes me feel like going out and munching some blue grass. Mr. Wellman.
Dr. Hall?
How do you do, Mr. Wellman?
I'm not doing well at all, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Furthermore, as it is entirely due to your most recent interference in college affairs, I shall come straight to the point.
Just a moment. Not that straight, Mr. Wellman, if you please. This lady is my wife. You will remember that.
I do, Dr. Hall. It is not my desire to be disrespectful, but I am a man of few words. I do not propose to shilly-shally.
Well, would you mind telling me what I've done?
It has come to my attention, Mrs. Hall, that you are using your influence to persuade certain students to take up a career such as yours has been.
Me? Persuading students? What, you mean to go on the stage? Oh, how ridiculous.
I shall have to ask you to be more specific, Mr. Wellman. It has come to your attention. Through whom? And who are certain students?
I am not at liberty to mention names at this moment.
Then you have grossly overstepped your authority to have mentioned this at all. I shall take it up with the board at once.
You will take it up. I will take it up, Doctor, tomorrow at a special session.
You apparently don't question the truth of this accusation at all, do you, Mr. Wellman?
Hardly. The source is beyond reproach.
And I take it that is more than you can say for Mrs. Hall or myself.
I have a high regard for you, Dr. Hall, and Mrs. Hall, professionally. I have never believed, however, that your two professions could be fused. My argument this time has, I think, been proved.
You firmly established, then, that I'm a menace to Ivy.
That, Mrs. Hall, is a rather extreme way of stating it, but I must admit...
Mr. Wellman.
What is it?
You've gone pretty far with me before. I've tried to be fair, to be understanding. May I offer you a word of advice?
Pray do.
You had better be right this time.
Good day, Dr. Hall.
Good day. Pompous, fatuous, self-righteous ass.
Really?
What the devil's he talking about anyway?
And the foggiest idea. Does it worry you, darling?
Oh, how could it worry me? I know how you behave with students. You're wonderful with them, and any influence you ever used has done them good.
Hey, Colonel.
Oh, what? Oh, me, yes. It's you. What is it?
Well, I heard that old buzzard screaming in here, so I give his orders a little frisk.
You did what?
I cased his effects and sifted his knapsack.
Alice.
Yes, ma'am.
At ease.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Now, what are you saying?
I lifted some papers. Thought we might go through them before taps, get the case broken by reveille, and go into the court-martial with our heads up and tails over the dashboard.
Stole some papers?
Ma'am, in the armed forces, we call it liberating.
But, Alice, this is criminal.
My orders came straight from the upper echelon. Brass hat called Merriweather phoned while you were busy.
Merriweather?
Yep, gave me my orders, told me just where the papers were, told me to snatch them. He's phoning you later, so read them, Colonel. Go ahead, read them.
Certainly not.
Well, I will. I'm the prisoner anyway. I see. What's this? Oh, look, Toddy.
Victoria, you must not go through Mr. Wellman's private correspondence. Dull though it probably is.
Why not? He's making a business of going through my private life. Here, this envelope's marked in pencil. Case of Betty Garnett, Victoria Hall. Betty Garnett? My gosh!
That's the first time I ever heard you say, my gosh, Victoria. Now, if you can only learn to follow batting averages and chew gum... Why, what's the matter?
I don't have to read Mr. Wellman's mail. I know now.
Well, tell me.
Betty Garnett is the most talented youngster in the school. Theatrically, that is. She was the toast of the Junior Follies. You know about that. But what you don't know is that I wrote her mother a letter.
Did you? Why?
Because I thought she was wonderful. I sat down and poured out all my enthusiasm about her to the one person who ought to love it, her mother. But I certainly didn't suggest that she had run away from school and joined a burlesque company or something.
No, of course you didn't. Writing her mother was a fine thing to do. I'm just trying to think why the name of Garnett rings such a bell with me. Garnett. Anyway, I can't understand why there should be such a fuss about a highly complimentary letter to a parent.
Oh, I can.
What, you mean that simply because you were an actress and the letter came from you...
Exactly. I'm an actress, or was, so anything from me is sinful and sinister.
Oh, now, can anyone be that narrow in this enlightened age?
If this age is enlightened, Toddy, there's a certain dim bulb named Wellman who...
I'll get it. Dr. Hall speaking.
Doctor, Merriweather.
Oh, hello, Mr. Merriweather.
Yeah, I'll make this brief, Doctor. I told that military gargoyle of yours to swipe those papers because I think this whole thing is absurd. Tempest in a crackpot. And you know who I mean.
I do indeed.
Yeah, I wanted you to be prepared, Doctor. Mrs. Garnett will be here tomorrow for the meeting. You know the type. Thin-lipped and thick-headed. Demanding that Mrs. Hall be forbidden further contact with the students.
What? Forbid my wife to...
That's what her letter said. Being as how she contributed more than $250,000 to the school in the last 2 years, the governors think she's a highly cultured lady.
Well, what do you think?
I think she's an eagle-beaked ghoul.
I shall insist on having Mrs. Hall's letter read at the meeting.
No, you won't have to insist, Doctor. There's a man who can hardly wait to read it. He's rehearsing already. With gestures. Gestures like cutting a throat.
Yeah, I know the man you mean, Mr. Merriweather. My jugular vein is his favorite target.
He's a little more determined than usual this time.
Oh, why?
Well, nepotism raises its curly little head here, Doctor. You see, Mrs. Garnett's maiden name was Wellman. She's his sister. And what do you say to that?
Oh, brother.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the Halls of Ivy starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin in just a moment. But first, Let's hear one man's story of how three old friends got together and made up for lost time.
Roger Sloan and I used to work for the same outfit. As salesmen, we split the Illinois territory between us, and as beer drinkers, we shared a taste for Schlitz. That was 10 years ago, and a lot can happen in 10 years. Raj got transferred, I got married, and one way or another, we kind of lost track. And then, bingo, out of a clear sky, the phone rang. And sure enough, it was old Raj telling me he was in town for a couple of hours, and could I meet him after work? You bet I could. I cleared up a few odds and ends on the desk and checked the clock, grabbed my hat, and took off. As I walked into the bar, I spotted him sitting near the door. He hadn't changed much. Well, a little chunkier maybe, but aren't we all? He had a bottle of Schlitz beer in front of him, and it seemed like old times. The same guy, the same brand of beer. I thought about how long it had been since I'd tasted Schlitz, and wondered if it was still as good as ever. Just then, Raj looked up and recognized me. And after we got through pounding each other on the back, he ordered a bottle of Schlitz for me. I had myself one of those long, deep swallows, and believe me, it was almost as good to taste Schlitz beer again as it was to see my old buddy once more. They tell me Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. Well, it's no surprise to me. I said it in the old days, and I say it now. No wonder Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
A very serious meeting of the Board of Governors is drawing to a close. Dr. Hall has been harried and beset for 2 long hours for the sniping of Mr. Wellman and the snobbery of Mrs. Garnett. The president of Ivy is speaking.
And in conclusion, Mrs. Garnett and gentlemen, may I say this? Having heard Mrs. Hall's letter, and forgetting for the moment that she's my wife, I think we're fortunate indeed to have such warmth, such understanding, quite by accident, on this campus. If my recognition of her virtues could be called an accident. Remembering again that she is my wife, my pride in her knows no bounds. Mrs. Garnett and members of the board, a college such as Ivy is made up of more than bricks, mortar, and books. There are elements even more important than what we call learning. It is our tradition to furnish proper equipment for life. And whether we do it with textbooks, songs, good talk, or simple understanding of our fellows, doesn't matter. Mrs. Hall has been an invaluable contributor. Victoria.
Oh, Toddy. Was it awful for you?
It was magnificent for me. Thank you, my darling, for giving me the opportunity to say out loud so many things that, had they stayed inside me any longer, would have turned into cute little ulcers.
What's going to happen?
I have invited Mrs. Garnett to tea with her brother.
Oh, no. What kind of tea shall we serve? Hemlock?
I don't look forward to it either, my dear. But I thought it highly unfair that you shouldn't get a crack at her, too. As long as she's here.
Well, I could have lived without it.
Oh, I know. But one can't let a person go about the world accusing other persons of one thing or another. Just because one knows only one class of person. I mean, can one?
Would you mind repeating the question?
Yes, darling, I would. But we'll give Mrs. Garnett an abridged 4-year course in world understanding over 1 cup of tea. Lots of sugar.
All right, Toddy. I'll do the very best I can.
Oh, you don't have to do anything. Did anyone call while I was out?
Yes, and strangely enough, Betty Garnett. She asked if she could see me this afternoon, and not knowing of these plans of yours, I said yes.
Well, let her come. It'll be a nice surprise for her.
Hey, Colonel.
Oh, yes. Me. Well, what is it, Alice?
The old buzzard's back. Got a vulture with him.
Alice, you simply must control your powers of description. I cannot permit you to talk like this.
Oh, sorry, sir. Mrs. Garnett and Mr. Wellman to see you, sir.
That's better. Less accurate, perhaps, but more courteous. Ask them to come in, will you?
Yes, sir. At your work.
She drives you crazy,
No, she only frightens me. I rather suspect that the whole household has taken on a new color since her arrival. A sort of a lurid khaki. She makes me... Mrs. Garnett. Mr. Wellman.
Dr. Hall?
Victoria, may I present Mrs. Garnett?
How do you do?
My wife.
How do you do? Good evening, Mr. Wellman.
How do you do, Mrs. Hall?
Mrs. Hall?
Won't you sit down, please?
Well, tea will be in just a moment. I'd better warn you, Mrs. Garnett. Tea may be served 4 abreast or company front. Our cook is ex-army, ex-WAC. But she's the best I could find at the moment.
Really? I presume you do have trouble in keeping your servants.
Well, no, Mrs. Garnett, that isn't the difficulty.
I'm afraid the home of a college president is different from those you'll find around Boston's Back Bay.
Yes, that's true. We really do have to be prepared for some quite remarkable eating emergencies. Like, say, 20 hungry students at 6 o'clock on any Sunday night.
What is the emergency about that?
The emergency of each one of them having run out of what is known as his allowance.
I have always found it charming in my own home to serve al fresco.
Well, I'm sure you have, but sometimes it gets a little too al fresco, and I find myself cooking for an unexpected dozen or more.
Do you cook?
You bet I do. I make the most wonderful risotto with mussels. Ezio Pinza gave me his own recipe.
Let me say, Mrs. Garnett, that for me, cook's night out is one enchanted evening.
Risotto with mussels? But when could you possibly have learned to cook, Mrs. Hall? What with your years in the theater?
Well, we have to eat, Mrs. Garnett. Yes, even in the theater. There are producers who minimize the necessity, but it's there.
It never occurred to me. Oh, not that you didn't eat, of course. But I've always thought of an actress as, well, late suppers, you know, a cold bottle and a hot bird, the Savoy grill, that sort of thing.
Well, there's that, too, when you're a success. It's usually a long time arriving. A hot plate in one's flat helps to bridge the gap.
I remember seeing you in The Gap, Mrs. Hall. Lulu's Mad Moment, Golders Green, 1934.
Well, that was the Gap, all right. It ran 3 days. And 6 months later, I got my next job. A smaller part, and I didn't like it much either.
Why did you take it?
I was an actress, Mrs. Garnett. That's my job. The profession I'd chosen.
What happened?
That play ran for 2 years.
And at the end of the run, Vicky found herself London's newest star.
How fascinating. How many years had you been working at it by this time?
Well, that bit of information, Mrs. Garnett, will remain forever a secret.
I should imagine. Anyway, from that time on, you were a star.
No, I didn't hit the jackpot until one day at St. Andrews, when I sank a 40-foot putt. Scotch producer, I won the match and the starring part.
Do you play golf, Mrs. Hall?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I have a full set of clubs, Mr. Wellman.
And a handicap that makes me press like a tailor.
Well, I must say, Mrs. Hall, I'm amazed. Cooking, golf? Really, I had no idea.
Mrs. Garnett, may I ask you a very direct question?
Of course, Doctor.
Have you ever known an actress before?
Good heavens, no. Well, I do not. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, don't apologize. I do understand so well. Is it, shocking to find out that an actress can be, well, something approaching normal?
Well, frankly, Mrs. Hall, it is. And a shock that may be very good for me. Tell me a little more. I'm beginning to think I'm a pretty stupid woman. And I know about my brother.
In that case, I have a feeling we could be very good friends.
You know, Mrs. Hall...
Well, call me Vicky.
You know, Vicky? My name's Grace, by the way. I'm going to tell you that I only hope the influence Elizabeth has had at home is half as good as she's had here.
Grace!
And you, Clarence, why don't you mind your own business? Now, Vicky, tell me.
Mrs. Garnett, I feel...
What about that risotto?
This is not...
I'd be delighted to give you the recipe. There are several ways of doing it.
Victoria.
Really?
Darling,
Go on, Vicky. Go on.
Have you ever tried to get into a conversation when two women who have suddenly discovered each other are talking? It's impossible. Do you know that for the first time since we had known each other, Mr. Wellman and I sat in complete silence, looking at each other in almost a friendly way. Tea came and went, and the long shadows began to deepen over the lawn in front of the house before we could get in another word.
That's a wonderful recipe, Vicky. I'm going to try it as soon as I get home.
Oh, good. Pardon me,
Yes,
Mrs. Hall.
Alice.
There's a Miss Betty Garner to see you, ma'am.
Oh, Elizabeth. She doesn't even know I'm in town.
Well, ask her to come in, Alice.
She said, ma'am, for you to come to the living room window. She's got a surprise for you. There's a lot of personnel with her.
Just tell the girl her mother's here.
No, wait a moment, Mr. Wellman. Let's see what she's up to.
Well, why don't you all just sit still for a moment? Betty!
Yes, Mrs. Hall.
What's all that crowd doing with you?
Oh, will you stay right where you are? You look so pretty framed in the window like that.
Oh, thank you.
You know, we didn't do much after the Junior Follies were over, but we thought about it a lot. Mostly about you, because the Follies was you. You had the patience of a saint. You never stopped working with us, and you beat our brains out in the nicest way anybody could. And you gave us the best Follies in the history of Ivy. You know something? We love you. And we want to tell you so in the best way we know. We can sing better than we can talk anyway. It isn't tied with ribbons or wrapped in cellophane. The gift we bring is gratitude expressed in this refrain.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away, to the hallowed halls of ivy. Every voice will bid farewell, and shimmer off in twilight like the old vesper bell. One day a hush will fall, the footsteps of us all will echo down the hall and disappear. But as we sadly start our journeys far apart, a part of every heart will linger here in the sacred halls of ivy, where we lived and learned to know that through the years we'll see you in the sweet afterglow.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you, boys. Thank you.
Mr. Wellman,
Yes, Dr. Hall.
any questions?
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Oh, Toddy, I do hate moving day, don't you?
Despise it. Except that in this case, there are no brawny moving men peering into the old refrigerator in hopes of finding an overlooked bottle of something or other.
Are you all packed here?
All packed. I say, Vicky, do you suppose our friends will be able to find us again after we move?
Well, it'd be dreadful if they couldn't. Better make it very explicit, William.
Very well. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, beginning May the 10th, the Halls of Ivy will move to Wednesday nights over the same NBC station. Your local paper will give you the exact time.
We hope you'll join us next Wednesday night. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Be sure to see Ronald Coleman's latest picture, Champagne for Caesar. Remember, beginning next week, The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, will be heard on Wednesday. Tonight, Lucille Norman played Betty Garnis. The other players were Willard Waterman, B. Benaderet, Herb Butterfield, and Lois Corbett. Tonight's script was written by Nat Wolfe and Don Quinn. The song was written by Henry Russell and Vic Knight. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolfe, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Next, stay tuned for We the People over most of these NBC stations.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, B. Benaderet, Joe Kearns, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard Mel Blanc as the Happy Postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as Pedro.
Pardon me for talking in your face, senorita. 30 days Hacienda, April, June, and sombrero. I think.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, do you have a broken chair in your house? A broken table in your house? Anything that's housebroken? Well, don't try to fix it yourself. Don't ruin it. Bring it to Mel Blanc. Let him do it. Right now, in the Fix-It Shop, Mel's uncle is talking to our hero's general assistant, Zookie. Zookie, come here, will you?
Well, I can't. I'm too big. Here I am.
What time is it, Zookie?
Well, according to me and my clock, it's I can't tell you.
Why can't you tell me?
Well, because by the time I tell you what time it is, it's some other time.
Come on, Zookie. Here come Mel and Betty. Let's get out of here.
Look, darling, don't you see the Fix-It Shop will never amount to a thing as long as you let your Uncle Rupert and Zookie live with you.
Well, gosh, honey, I have to let them stay here.
Well, why can't that uncle of yours go to work?
Well, he's still weak from his overseas shots.
Overseas shots?
Yeah, he got him in 1917. He spent 6 months in Pierre's Bar and Grill in Paris. 20 shots a night.
That I can almost believe.
Oh, that's right. The last time he saw Paris, he didn't see it so good.
Oh, Mel, why don't you try to be serious about business?
Well, I try.
And another thing, do you realize that we have been engaged now for 5 years?
Gosh, our wooden anniversary.
Don't you think we might begin toying with the idea of getting married?
Oh, now, honey, you know I've been working on our nest egg.
Well, we're both getting old, the egg and I.
Well, yeah, but...
Mel Blanc, now this is what I'm talking about. Now look at this birthday card my father got from the Eternal Life Insurance Company this morning. Now why don't you do something like that? Why don't you try to build goodwill?
Okay. I'll send a birthday card to everybody in town who has a birthday this month.
Oh, Mel, that's wonderful.
And another thing, I'm going to talk to Uncle Rupert and put him straight.
Oh, darling, it's so good to hear you talk like this.
I'll tell Uncle. He'll just have to buckle down and loaf somewhere else. I'm sorry, Uncle Rupert, but that's the way it's got to be.
Melvin, my boy, I'm hurt. Haven't Zuki and I been everything to you?
Well, not exactly.
I haven't been everything to you?
No. That's why I want to get married. You can't even cook.
Well, anyway, my lad, let's not be hasty. I've got another idea. Why don't I go on living here and work for you?
Oh, but Uncle Rupert, I can't afford to pay anything.
Oh, that's all right, nephew. After a while, you'll owe me so much money, I'll own the fix-it shop.
Well, yeah,
Then you can go to work for me until you earn enough money to get it back.
Say, both of us can make a darn good living like that for years. Now, wait.
Doesn't hit you, eh?
No. Uncle Rupert, you're not talking me out of this.
I see what you mean. Well, Melvin, this means the parting of the ways. I shall simply have to ask Widow Longnecker to marry me.
Oh, but you said yourself marriage is a serious thing. Are you sure Mrs. Longnecker's your type?
Why, of course Clara's my type. She's rich, isn't she?
Yeah, but you should marry for love.
Well, I love money.
But she's so long and lanky.
Melvin, my lad, when a lady is that wealthy, she's not long and lanky. She's tall and stately.
Well, have it your way. Now, will you send Zuki for those birthday cards?
Indeed, I will. Oh, Zuki, will you come here, please?
I can't. I'm too busy. Here I am.
Nell wants you to go down to City Hall and get a list of people's birthdays.
Oh, people's yeah.
Then stop off on your way back and pick up some birthday cards in the 5 and 10.
Yeah.
Have you got that straight now?
Yeah. Hey, I'm looking for the
Young man! Huh? This is the Bureau of Vital Statistics.
Yeah, I know.
Oh. We have records on everybody from the cradle to the grave. Records on men, records on women. Also Spike Jones playing the gypsy. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for the birthday, rockabye, Yeah, I bet you was a beautiful baby.
Oh, yes, indeed I was. Why, my mother used to... Oh, so that's it. You're expecting a baby.
Oh, how could I have a baby? I'm not even married.
Well, you should have thought of that before. Marriage licenses are down the hall.
Hey, but I'm a confirmed bachelor. I don't believe in me. I'm footloose and fancy. Nobody wants me.
Now, make up your mind what you want. Our files are complete from the cradle to the grave. We have the cross index to ZY, countercross to AAL, and crisscross to YYZ, ending with the fiscal year MCM XLV. Now, what do you have?
Let me hear Spike Jones playing the gypsy.
I give up. Look, here's a list of everything we've got. You can take your pick.
Oh, thanks. Gosh. This printing is sure close to the paper.
Is that you, Zuki? It's about time you... Oh, it's you, Mrs. Longnecker. How are you today?
Oh, me. Another day, another dividend. Oh, the woes of wealth.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, it's so annoying. I was at the bank all day today.
You were?
Yes, the bank wants to borrow some money from me. But I'm not going to give it to them.
Why not?
They haven't paid the last loan I made them. If they don't pay me back soon, I'll just have to foreclose. I get more darn banks that way. Oh, money, money, money. Think of it, Melvin. I'm just swimming in wealth.
What a beautiful way to drown. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Longnecker.
Yes?
Were you born this month?
Was I what?
Were you born this month?
Oh, of course. I'm just out doing a little shopping for my mother who's still in the hospital.
Well, you see, I'm sending birthday cards from the Fix-It Shop to everybody in town who has a birthday this month.
Well, what on earth for?
Oh, it's a great business idea. Make a lot of money, so Betty will be proud of me.
Money. Doesn't that fiancé of yours realize the terrible things money can do to a human being? Why, just look at me.
Yeah, maybe I ought to warn her. Do you think that
my dear Clara, this is indeed a pleasure.
Well, I didn't come here to give you pleasure. What do you want, Rupert?
I wish I could tell you how radiant you are, my dear. How like a tall, stately sapling... sapling... sapling in the breeze. Yes, I wish I could tell you, but I don't have the words.
Well, considering you did it without words, it was okay.
Please, Rupert, I'm in no mood for your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity?
Oh, Melvin, I've quite forgotten what I came in for. I'm giving a reception tonight at the mansion, and I want you to come up and fix a loose floorboard on the front porch.
A loose floorboard?
Yes. Every time somebody walks into the house, the board comes up and slaps them in the face.
Gee, that's embarrassing.
It's even more embarrassing when they walk out.
Goodbye, Mrs. Longnecker. Well, Betty, all the birthday cards are mailed out.
Oh, Mel, I can't wait to see what happens.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if someday I have to use a velvet rope to handle the crowds in front of the Fix-It Shop.
Yes, honey.
Why, the Fix-It Shop will become a household word. You know, like Drano.
Yes, honey. Can I see one of the cards?
Oh, sure. Here.
Oh, they're pretty. Let's see, it says, best wishes on this most joyous of all occasions, your very own natal day.
Yeah, natal day. That means birthday. I looked it up.
Now, wait a minute. What's this?
What's what?
Behind this little flap on the card. Look what it says.
Oh, I didn't notice any flap.
It says, I hope the gift I'm sending you under separate cover will brighten this most joyous of all occasions, your very own natal day.
That means birthday.
Oh, Mel, what did you do?
I looked it up.
Don't you realize what this means?
Oh, yeah. Means I've got to get 98 birthday presents for all the people I sent cards to. Oh, if I don't, they'll never come near the Fix-It Shop.
And you were going to keep the crowds back, with a velvet rope, no less.
Well, I can still find use for the velvet rope.
For what, for instance?
Well, not everybody can afford to hang himself with a velvet rope.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think, he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. The chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Bookie,
Don't take a chance with your every romance.
Oh, Mel, I wish I could think of some way to help you.
Gosh, Betty, what am I going to do for presents for those people? I've thought of everything.
Well, it's no use worrying about it now. I guess something like this could happen to anybody.
Yeah, but it always happens to me.
Oh, Mel.
Betty, you know you're the only girl in the world for me, don't you?
Am I?
You're the only girl who'll have me. And you're so pretty, too. You know, every morning I think of you while I'm shaving.
I'm glad.
Sure. I look in the mirror and I say to myself, gosh, you're beautiful.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, well, you know what I mean. You're so sweet, and I'm such a worthless, brainless, shiftless, stupid... Gee, aren't you going to interrupt me?
Oh, don't worry, darling. Everything will be all right. The world always has an opening for someone like you. You just have to find it.
What do you mean, find an opening? Look at the hole I'm in now.
Melvin, my lad, your troubles are over.
What do you mean, Uncle Rupert?
In this big package, you see 100 beautiful boxes of candy. They'll make 100 most appropriate birthday presents for the people you sent the birthday cards to.
Hey, that's swell, but where did you get them?
It so happens I ran across a dear old friend today, one Harry Greenspiegel, who now owns the Ace Novelty Company.
Yeah?
Ah, good old Greenspiegel. Used to be a fellow vendor in a barbecue house in Hoboken.
Uncle Rupert, I never knew you sold things in the burlesque house.
Huh? Oh, purely educational. Photographic knowledge for gentlemen who never went to college. Postcards, to be exact.
Postcards?
Oui. Ooh la la.
Uncle Rupert.
Oh, inspirational views of the Eiffel Tower. Well, let's get these boxes in the mail.
Say, I'll be doing better than the life insurance company. They only send out birthday cards to customers.
The cheapskates.
Yeah. I'll be sending bonbons by Greenspiegel. De Paris. I guess this'll show people in this town this isn't a melon I have for a head.
That's right, Melvin. You've got brains in that melon.
Uncle Rupert, it was nice of you to get that candy for Mel.
You know me, Betty. Unselfish to a fault.
Yes. Well, anyway, I don't understand it. We mailed that candy out 2 days ago, and we haven't received one thank you note. Not even a phone call. Oh, look, here comes Mrs. Longnecker.
Ah, maybe this is my chance to win her hand. The one that signs the checks. I have just one box of candy left. I'll try it on her and see how she likes it.
Well, good luck to you. I'll leave you two alone.
Ah, Clara, my dear.
Hello, Rupert.
So glad you dropped in.
Now, Rupert, I'm in no mood for your nincompoopity.
But, Clara, I have a beautiful gift for you.
A gift for me? Oh, how nice, Rupert.
Yes, a box of French bonbons, direct from Paris. Made by my very good friend, Monsieur Greenspiegel.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it.
Oh, it's quite all right. A gift for the fairest of the fair. They come to you untouched by human hand. Greenspiegel wrapped them himself.
Well, I must open them immediately and try one.
Try one of the peanut clusters.
Oh, but these are not peanut clusters. These are ordinary peanuts.
If I'd known you were coming, my dear, I'd have clustered them myself.
Yes. Well, no, I think I'll try one of these caramels.
Mmm! Delicious, aren't they, my dear? Stop jumping up and down, Clara. What the devil's the matter with her?
Hey, Uncle Rupert, what happened to Mrs. Longnecker?
Maybe she hasn't learned how to use her new upper plate.
Learn? What does she do, take lessons? Hey, what happened anyway?
Hold on. What's this inside the candy box?
What? Oh. Ace Novelty Company's #1 joker. Be the life of the party. Treat your friends to Sure Pucker alum candy.
Oh, no.
Oh, 50 mirthquakes to a box. Laugh yourself to death.
There's been some mistake, nephew.
Oh, some mistake is right. I can just see 98 people chasing me down the street, all of them yelling, "Kill Mel Blanc! Kill Mel Blanc!"
Mel, take it easy. Take it easy. What are you doing?
Can't you see? I'm laughing myself to death. Laughing! Gosh, I feel awful. Gosh, if only one of those people we sent the candy to would say something. If they'd only do something, why don't they?
It takes a little time.
A lawyer. Gee, I bet they could send me to the state penitentiary for doing this to people.
They can't send you to a state penitentiary, Melvin.
Of course they can.
Using the mails to defraud is a federal offense.
State penitentiary and federal prison. You know what I'll have pinned on me? A two-way stretch.
Now don't be silly.
Hey, the mailman is coming. Oh, he's got loads of mail. Hey, you better leave by the back door, Mel.
Yes, nephew, run for the hills.
No, Uncle Rupert. I'm going to face the music.
Well. Quite a bit of mail for you today, Mr. Blank.
Wait. All those boxes. It's the candy we sent out.
And those are all the birthday cards.
Here, let me see. Hey, they all read the same way. Listen. Return to sender. Addressee deceased.
That means dead. I looked it up.
Huh?
Say, Mel, I think I know what happened.
Well, I wish you'd tell me.
Don't you see? Zuki got the wrong list down at City Hall. Instead of birthdays, he got the names of people who passed away.
Oh. Then I'm safe. Nothing happened.
That's right, and you can thank Zuki for that.
Gosh, yeah. Gee, you saved my life, Zuki. I could kiss you.
Hey, you can't kiss me out here. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. He did.
Well, we'll be back in the Fix-It shop in just a minute for a Zookieism. What's a Zookieism? Wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Take it from me, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, can put the end in friendship or even give the heir to a love affair. And the worst of it is, you may not even suspect it, because unpleasing breath can catch up with you without your knowing it. So ask yourself, could you be the victim of unpleasing breath? Guard against it this way. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we had quite an experience with those birthday cards. You know, Zuki, I like to feel that you learned something from it.
Yes, Zuki, everything has a moral. Just what did you learn?
Well, to tell you the truth, I learned that anything worth you must keep your nose to the grind. You gotta keep your nose to the grind. I learned that. It sure pays to be ignorant.
Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet at Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little, Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Ryan.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Halo lets hair sparkle with natural brilliance. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather to quickly carry away loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen. Music by Peter Van Steeden. And our special added attraction, the Town Hall Variety. New music, new voices, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Crowd cheer Fred Allen as he leads the parade to the old town hall. Fred's leading the band with a shillelagh and is followed by those green horns of the theater, the mighty Allen Art Players. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody's going. Here they come, delicatessen leaders.
Morris, why are you refusing to slice some corned beef for Mrs. Corn? The slicing machine is making static on the radio stem, and it's Town Hall tonight.
Spiritualists.
Look, Professor Chill, the spirits are moving that radio up and down.
The radio is merely dancing for joy, madam. It's Town Hall tonight.
Reno divorcees.
Your grounds for divorce are cruel and inhuman treatment, Mrs. Boggs.
Yes, George. My husband always turns off the radio on Wednesdays, and it's Town Hall tonight.
Well, sir, here we are before the old town hall. It's St. Patrick's Day, and Fred is welcoming the crowd with a brogue as folks pass inside. Let's listen.
Be Gary and be Jabez. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, folks, and he got that way from coming to the old town hall. Single line, please.
Hi there, booby boy.
Hello, Jason.
Is it Cabbage Head?
Hi there, Mrs. Fumble. Step right in. You laugh, you shout like all get out on the inside. So hurry.
We're all set inside, Fred.
Surprising, Harry. Peter's opening the show with Swing High, Swing Low.
Righto, Fred. Let her swing, Peter.
Swing high, swing low, swing to and fro. Not fast, not slow. A little swing can do more than anything else for you. Swing out, swing in. It's not a sin. So let's begin. You never get the gate if your swinging is up to date. When no one and lonely complains that she's lonely and blue. The rhythmical campaign can do more than campaign to see her through. Swing high, swing low, swing to and fro. Not fast, not slow. And if you think you can swing high, swing low.
Presenting that bombastic baron of big, blatant bursts of bubbling, baffling buffoonery, bristling banter, and triangular bread-buttering, blustering, blistering Fred Allen in person.
Gosh, Harry, you left out Bristol and Myers. I don't know how. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we preen our verbal feathers and prepare to give your risibilities a rousing tickling this evening, I hope, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, everybody's grocer, says that nothing's happened this week, folks, so there'll be no announcement. Thank you, friends, and now we'll get along with the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
Coming right down, Fred.
The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. New York City, New York. Dr. R.P. Wodehouse, speaking at the American Institute of General Sciences, claims that hay fever and asthma are increasing in this country. Dr. Wodehouse says clearing up of native vegetation and its replacement by alien plants will add to number of victims. Town Hall News shows how sensitive some hay fever victims may become shortly. The scene, a train waiting room.
We can sit down here, Wilbur. The 5:15 isn't ready.
Yes, dear.
Just good idea. Is your hay fever starting?
Yes, somebody's eating strawberries at the lunch counter. The straw starts me sneezing.
Strawberries. That reminds me, I forgot to phone the market about dinner.
Have you got the number?
Yes, it's Haymarket.
Don't say Haymarket. You know that hay upsets me.
All right, I won't say another word. What was that?
I don't know. That woman just passed.
Is she wearing a goldenrod corsage?
I don't know.
She's going by again.
Every time she walks by, I sneeze.
I'll tell her to get away from here. Oh, pardon me, lady.
Yes, did you call me?
Would you mind walking around the other way? You see, my husband...
Are you intimating that I am ogling your husband?
No, but why is it every time you pass, you start my husband's hay fever?
I'm a gross widow.
New York City, New York. A new hit show opens on Broadway to delight New York theatergoers. Critics guarantee evening of laughs to patrons attending play called Yes, My Darling Daughter. Town Hall News presents 3-second review of this new laughing show, Yes, My Darling Daughter.
Daddy, you say one word has made you the biggest man in Hollywood?
That's right, daughter.
What is the magic word, Daddy?
Yes, my darling daughter.
New York City, New York. East Side Merchants Association agrees to do away with men outside of clothing stores who approach customers and try to pull them into shops. Town Hall News shows old sales approach method on East Side when the puller-in functioned outside of a clothing store.
Monster sale going on inside. My greenbaum is sacrificing their suits. All kinds of bargains, herringbone, queens, chinchillas going across. How about a suit, border?
No. Hey, take your finger out of my buttonhole.
Step inside. I'll show you a pencil-striped double-breasted that will knock your eye out.
No. Now get your hand out of my collar.
You're stepping in, buddy?
No, I'm not stepping in. Now let me go. I gotta catch a bus.
You are needing a suit, buddy.
I don't need no suit. Now quit pulling my lapel.
You are needing a suit.
Who said so?
I am saying so. Look.
What? Oh, what's the big idea ripping my lapel? I can't go home this way.
That's what I'm saying. You are needing a suit. Step inside, buddy.
With the puller-in salesman of this type banished, Town Hall News shows the new methods customers can expect as they pass East Side clothing stores in the near future.
Hey, buddy.
Talking to me, mister?
Yes, confidentially, I'm needing a suit of garments.
No, thanks. I just bought a suit with 4 pair of pants yesterday.
You could using 3 coats, maybe, to go with the extra pair?
No, hey, quick, up of my spine. Quick, shove it.
Inside, buddy.
Hey, I thought the East Side stopped this pulling in business.
So who's pulling you in, buddy? I'm pushing.
New York City, New York. New 20th century picture, Love is News, is held over a second week at the Roxy Theater. Produced by Darryl Zanuck, written by Harry Tugand and Jack Yellen, Love is News registers comedy triumph. Town Hall News brings you a 10-second preview of this excellent film, Love is New.
Frankfurt, get your latest paper, read all about it.
What's the headline, boy?
Jack Benny and Fred Allen kiss and make up.
Is that a front-page romance?
And how, mister? With those two mudslingers, love is news.
New York City, New York. Ship officers report stormy crossings on Atlantic Ocean. Record gales lash heavy seas, and ships experience trouble in navigating through storms. Town Hall News flashes candid camera shot of a terrible sea. The sea. Encore, Harry. I don't know about the bow, but it was good and niche there at the beginning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And now... As I was saying...
For 1 minute, please.
If you'll bear with me
I would like to see...
just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to find out what's on the mind of this disgruntled Eskimo, if you'll just turn around.
Well, I was just practicing...
Why, Harry Von Zell, a big boy like you.
Well, it might have sounded funny, but you know, last night I was reading about Demosthenes.
And what are Demosthenes?
Oh, Fred Allen. A big boy like you. Demosthenes was a famous Greek orator. And he used to practice speaking, with pebbles in his mouth to improve his diction and enunciation. Like this, look. Friends, always and comfort.
And just what do you... He didn't say that.
Huh?
And just what do you... Just what do you hope to accomplish pursuing this strange pastime, Harry?
Well, Fred, I just thought I'd keep practicing so that when I passed along those friendly tips about Salopatica, there wouldn't be a chance of a single word being missed. Because to know about Salopatica is to know a mighty effective way to get after those dull, logy, headachy feelings we have so often. Those under-par feelings usually caused by accumulated waste and resulting acidity. You see, ladies and gentlemen, Salopatica is the mineral salt laxative that gets after both of those things at once. It removes wastes through laxation, and it helps nature combat that acidity. So the next time you feel under the weather, put 2 teaspoonfuls of Salopatica in a glass of water and drink it. You'll soon be feeling your old normal self again if you remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
Stephen and the Ipana Troubadours have just played Serenade in the Night. Now, on Friday night, there will be an... Oh, God. Now, quiet, please. Look, if that is somebody left over from a...
Hello?
Well, say, you've done it again, haven't you? Well, sir, the chairman laughed when I said I was going to take the floor. He didn't know the linoleum wasn't paid for. Well, it can lay there with the linoleum as far if it isn't porcelain.
Yes, Papa sent me over to see you. It's very important.
What's important?
Papa says you should make up your mind what night you're going to be on the radio.
Well, you don't think just because I went on with Jack Benny last Sunday that the people are getting confused, do you?
I'll say they are. I saw the man upstairs brushing his teeth with Jello this morning.
Well, see, you will get a life membership in the Don Wilson Foundation for that. You saved them that much work next Sunday. Well, that doesn't make any difference. People brush their teeth with Jello just as long as they don't try to buy Ipana in 6 delicious flavors. They'll be all right. Come in.
Telegram for Fred Allen.
Right here, boy.
All right, sign here. Here's a pencil.
Thank you, son.
The boy's still waiting, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, son.
Don't give me none of that, buddy.
Now, see here.
Listen, greaseball, I don't mind not getting my tip, but when you try to cop my pencil, you're rubbing it in.
Here's your pencil, stickler.
Okay, cheapskate.
That boy's too fresh.
Why don't you tear up the telegram and get even with him, Mr. Allen?
No, you read it. I've got to blow down my neck.
Blow down your neck?
Yes, I'm getting hot under the collar.
I'll see who the telegram's from.
All right. What does it say?
Dear Palsy Wowsy, happy birthday to you. I know it isn't your birthday, but I had to have an excuse to send you loads of love.
Who sent that?
It's signed Jack Benny.
Oh, Jackie, hey? He's a prince. Oh, there's a sweet guy, Portland. Good old Jackie. Gosh, he's so sweet, he's almost sticky.
It's silly to send a birthday wire when it isn't your birthday.
Listen, it isn't the stupidity. It's the sentiment gets me. There's the whitest guy I know.
Yes, you said he was anemic.
Now, listen, don't let anyone tell you Jackie Benny's anemic. He just stays white on purpose so everybody else will look healthy.
Gosh, Jack must have a big heart.
Why, Jackie Benny's heart so big, you can put a stethoscope on him any place and get action. Did you hear his program last Sunday?
Yes. What was that static right in the middle of it?
Static? Was it before or after Jack and I sang?
It was during.
During? Well, let me tell you something. A lot of people didn't catch our names when we sang.
How do you know?
Nelson Eddy got 300 wires from people who said they enjoyed his double voice solo.
Gosh, to me it sounded like 2 wildcats picketing a pet shop.
2 wildcats picketing a pet shop. Do you know that the next morning after Jackie and I sang at the Pierre, all of the flowers bloomed in Central Park? They thought the robins were back from the south.
That's done it. Mr.
That's
Blow.
done it.
Casper.
Right, babe. You don't have to page Humbert Blow. Just drop a hint. I can hear it before it hits the ground.
Come on up, Casper.
Now, wait a minute, Portland. I don't mind you bringing people in here, but when they're all wet, they leave puddles.
Now, listen, Ham. You ought to be flattered to be seen with a couple of good eggs. That's telling them, Casper.
Is Casper saying something, Mr. Blow?
Only a simpleton can understand Casper. That's why he's talking to himself.
Well, you ought to be able to catch Casper's drift, Bud.
Somebody ought to put a sign on Casper's mouth open by mistake.
Now, take it easy, brother.
Yeah?
You're jeopardizing the friendship of Humbert Blow, the outstanding theatrical agent of this generation.
Mr. Blow furnishes all kinds of talent, Mr. Allen.
And how?
Why, Casper here can put the program on a map. Simple.
What does Casper do?
Imitation.
Right. Name your sounds, folks, and Casper goes to town.
How about a fin calling to its haddy?
Quit clowning, Bud.
How about molasses coming out of a jug?
Okay, let's go, Casper.
Now, wait a minute. Molasses in this weather will take too long.
Okay, give us a ginger ale bottle, Casper. Oh, attaboy, Casper.
Gosh, some bottle, wasn't it, Mr. Allen?
A bottle? It sounded like somebody with false teeth munching castanets to me.
Well, you ain't heard nothing yet. What's next, Casper boy?
A lion.
Quiet, folks. One lion. Take it away, Casper. How's that, knobhead?
It sounded like the Holland Tunnel backfiring to me.
Hey, no belittling, Bud.
Can Casper do a Jersey cow, Mr. Blow?
Well, Jersey's too far away. You wouldn't hear it. How about a New York cow?
Listen, the only thing that gives milk in New York is a waiter.
Coconuts give milk, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, what about philanthropy?
Never mind. Give us the cow.
Okay. One Holstein, Casper. Cheers. Boy, are you hot. What's next, Casper?
A foghorn.
Okay, blast, Casper.
So that's a foghorn.
It sounded like you and Jack Benny singing, Mr. Allen.
Now, you leave my pal out of this.
And now, folks, with your kind attention, Casper entertains one and all with his own original Barnyard Community Sing.
What's that, Mr. Blow?
It's a foul choir.
Foul is right.
Quiet, dope. Give us that Plymouth Rock on cymbals, Casper.
All right.
Casper done everything but lay an egg, sister.
He didn't lay an egg. He spread an omelet.
Listen to that cluck.
Cluck is the word for Casper.
Well, what's new, brother? Does Casper get the job?
Yes.
Congratulations, Casper.
Thanks.
Well, when does he start on the radio?
What radio? I'm hiring him to break a lease in a boiler factory.
Why, you?
We better beat it, fellas.
Nice exterminating, Portland. So long.
Hallie?
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys sing a spiritual called Head Low.
Great day, don't you hear that joyful sound? Your foes, my foes, they're all camp meeting bound. Come on, honey, let us follow the crowd. I feel the spirit and it's shouting out loud. Don't wait too late, let your better self decide. Give out, give in, swallow all your pride. 'Cause every day is Judgment Day. Let's be on time to hear that good old deacon say, head low, evil's round. Head low, hold your ground. Oh, there's no use talking, the devil's walking, yes, walking off to the land. Head low, let him cheer. Head low, keep out fear. Oh, the times are coming, brother, we need the good Lord's hand. Good news, you can send this word around. My soul was lost, but now it's found. come my children, let's be going on our way. I feel this beauty and it's trying to say, we need to read the good book through and through. We need to heed like they used to do. Make stumbling blocks your stepping stone. Oh, how you love to hear that deacon Weddy moan. Hello, oh, children, mend your ways. Hello, oh, everybody give out praise. Cause true religion is a feeling you'll understand. Hallelujah. Hello. Hello. Oh, there's no use kicking, it takes some sticking before you get to the promised land. Where you got shoes, I get shoes. All God's children get shoes in the promised land. Hello.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, boys. And now for a thrilling excursion into the realm of the esoteric.
Oh, goody. Do we take sandwiches and hard-boiled eggs?
Do we take them where?
To the thrilling excursion.
Oh, Harry.
What's the matter?
That was just my erudite way of introducing a little item concerning beauty in Japan. A little music, Professor Van Steeden. There was a time in Japan when black teeth were considered beautiful. So they were dyed black with a liquid composed of iron filings and a species of nut applied to the teeth with a feather.
Ipana.
What do you mean by that, Harry?
Well, Fred, that's just my erudite way of introducing a little item concerning beauty in America, where only sparkling, naturally white teeth are considered beautiful, and where Ipana toothpaste plays such an important part in our standards of loveliness. Because Ipana is more than a toothpaste. For when used with massage, it helps tone and stimulate tender gums. The dentists say,
when our gums are soft and tender, our teeth are seldom bright and sparkling. Today, our gums do not get the exercise and stimulation they need from the soft, creamy, well-cooked foods we eat.
So we earnestly suggest that every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, you put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage your gums with it. It's the modern way to give them the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against gum trouble. Since Ipana goes so far in helping you have cleaner, brighter teeth, and as a result, far lovelier smiles, it will certainly pay you to always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Well, there's the theme song of the Mighty Allen Art Players, and they'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the little group that inspired that song's success, This Year's Hisses, the Mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight they present a backwoods drama entitled The Great Hillbilly Battle, or Harsh Words Don't Always Start a Feud. It's when somebody says, oh, shoot. Over to you, Peter. Quick, pardon me. What is it, Sarah?
Get at you, lazy juggin.
Well, it ain't hardly daylight yet.
Past daylight. The sun's slow this morning.
Well, everything ready?
Yep, your rifle's loaded and the coffee's on.
Good. I'll take a shot over at the carver's cabin. Let them varmints know we're up and raring to feud. Take that, you lout.
Any luck?
Well, I don't know. I shot low into the cabin in case old Carver's sleeping on the floor.
Oh, there goes our last winder.
Yep, the Carver's is up. They're tardy this morning.
I'm getting sick of this feuding, Eli. I ain't been out this cabin for nigh on 40 years.
And you gotta stunt your wanderlust, Sarah. For the last 200 years, us Allens has been feuding the Carvers. 3 generations, Allens, has been born, farmed, feuded, and died without leaving this here room.
Well, it's mighty convenient, but that's all.
My great-grandpa Luther's buried yonder under that butter churn there. Grandma Nell's and Uncle Dud's tombstones we're using for bookends for Pilgrim's Progress. And you're standing on Cousin Nathan right now.
It's going to be mighty stuffy in here on Resurrection Day. Don't ding them covers.
Clean through the wall. Where'd that bullet go?
Yonder in the potato patch under the bed.
Well, I'll just take another pop at them vandals. You can take this, you fairy, you bangus. I'll show 'em. Well, that's all the feuding I can go on an empty belly.
I'll get you breakfast.
Is, Pa awake?
I can't tell. He's too lazy to shut his eyes. He sleeps with them open.
Pa, wake up. Pa, wake up.
Jeepers creepers, son. I'm awake. Lord, right through Lydia Pinkham's picture.
Them mangy carvers? At 'em, son.
I will. Take this, you snakes. Right through that keyhole by Dad.
Say, what's for breakfast? Owl a la king again?
No poultry this morning, Pa. Nothing but coffee.
Ain't there no bacon, Ma?
Only what's left on the hog.
How many hogs we got left, son?
Just the old sow, Bessie.
Better dispatch her then, Eli.
Right enough, Sari. Come out here to your doom, Bessie.
Oink.
And I'll get my rifle.
Here, now, hold on. You ain't wasting our ammunition, son.
Well, I can't jiu-jitsu her to death, Pa. She'll pass out real...
All right, Pa. You watch your bacon relax, don't you?
Yes, well, just put the pig outside the door. The carvers will shoot her. It'll save us a bullet.
That's cutting down the budget, Pa.
Come on, Bessie.
I'll tie a rope onto her so she can't run away.
Yep, and better put your hat on the pig, son.
Afraid your bacon will catch cold, Pa?
No, but if old man Carver sees a pig with a hat on, he'll think it's you creeping out the cabin on your stomach. He's sure to shoot.
Well, okie dokie, I'll put my Stetson on her.
Steady there.
Hat looks better on the pig than it does on you, son.
Oh, go shuck your soft corn, Pa. You open the door, Sari.
Over, Bessie.
Get, Bessie.
Right between the eyes.
Well, one thing about this feud, you get service.
Drag her in, Eli.
Okay, dokie.
I'll close the door.
Set her over here near the stove, son. I'll amputate some bacon.
Gee, you, something's burning.
It's you, Pa. You got one of your feet on that red-hot stove.
Which foot, son?
It's your left one, Pa. Gosh, 2 of your toes is clinkers.
Well, could be worse. I still got 3 toes left.
Lord, I wish you'd wash your feet, Pa, before you grill them.
Wash them? Wash them for what? I ain't showing off at my age.
You ought to stand up someday, Pa. Surprise your feet.
Well, there goes breakfast. Carver just shot the coffee pot off in the stove.
Adam, son.
Yeah. Take this, you rat-faced scum. Bully for me.
Bullseye, Eli.
Yeah. Old Carver was making a sign at me. Well, sir, I shot his thumb out from between his nose and his forefinger.
Nice aiming, son.
There's the postman. No shooting, Eli.
No, postman's got the right of way. It's the only thing us'n and the Carvers agrees on.
Open the door, somebody.
I'm hauling gingham, Pa.
Howdy, folks.
Howdy, Abner. Notice any mail, Abner?
Just your morning batch of insults from the Carvers.
Yeah? What word-of-mouth venom's Carver up to today?
Well, to start off with, he says, you Allens are so low, they'll have to jack you up to bury you. Why, them rodent-eating trash.
Them weed-munching mongrels.
Ditto for me, too. Anything else, Abner?
Yep, here's Carver's thought for the day.
Let's have it.
Well, Carver says, you're so all-fired mean, you wouldn't eat in front of a mirror for fear your reflection had asked you for a bite.
Why, that narrow-minded misfit.
Any reply?
You can bet your bottom postcard there's a reply.
You can tell Carver for me. He's so filthy. The last time he met a skunk face-to-face, the skunk went home with an inferiority complex.
That ought to right him.
Yep, and here's my thought for the day. You can tell that drooling, fork-footed, snuff-dipping gopher that he's so undernourished, his idea of high living is dipping his bread into a rabbit track before he eats it.
Anything else?
No, that'll hold Carver for the day, I guess.
Well, I'll get along. Can't hold up the mail. So long.
Well, Carver'll have to go some to answer them insults.
Yeah, them squirrels will grig him up proper.
If there's son Hector don't come home, he could help us with the fluid.
Hector's old Al never escaped from the cabin.
Say, how did he get away? I was sleeping that spring.
Hector was only 4 when he stampeded 20 years ago.
Yep, creeped right out of the cabin. Kid was so hairy and dirty looking, Carvers thought he was a possum.
Funny he never sent no word.
Well, Hector might have crawled into a gopher hole and quit the human race. You can't tell.
Oh, mailman's back again.
Abner must have forget one of them insults we mailed to Carver.
Well, open the door.
Hello, folks.
Who is it, Eli?
Don't know, Pa. It's Abner's suit, but a stranger sporting it.
Don't you know me, Ma?
Who are you, butter cheek?
Why, I'm Hector, Ma, your male brat that got away 20 years ago.
If you're sure enough, Hector, what you doing in that mailman's get-up?
Well, Abner let me wear it so old Carver wouldn't pink me off coming up the trail.
Are you Hector Hunter Bright, Boogie?
Right as rickets, Grandpa. Just bust into town on a greyhound.
Riding dogs is mighty dangerous, Hector.
How'd you lull away your youth, son?
Been studying at Barber College, Pa. Graduated last week with high honors. Magna cum sideburns.
What's the latest news out yonder, Hector?
Dewey still holding them off at Manila?
Just gather the rest folks round and I'll give you all the news.
We're all that's left, Hector.
Why, where's Uncle Dud?
Uncle Dud leaned out to spit in 27. Carver's got him.
Grandma, too?
Yep. She opened the door to shake the broom. They got Grandma between the dustpan and the broom handle.
Your ma and me's carrying on the feud short-handed, Hector.
Then I just got home in time.
Sure did, son. I'll oil your gun.
No, I ain't shooting, Pa. I came home to stop the feud.
You ain't going to throw your paw out of work, Hector.
Are you attached, son?
No, Pa. I'll come back to bring you tidings.
What tidings?
Well, sir, the president's got a scheme to help folks like you.
You can tell McKinley he can mind his old goddamn business.
Now, take McKinley, Pa. It's Roosevelt.
Well, we don't want him and his Rough Riders a butting in, other.
No, sir.
No, now, this is another Roosevelt president now. He's got a scheme called sociable security.
What's it like, bingo?
No, it ain't no gamble, Pa. When you get to be 65, you get paid.
Paid for what?
For being 65. It's a reward, like.
What's that got to do with your ma and me?
Well, you got to stop feuding. If you both get killed off before you get to be 65, you won't get paid.
Hey, are you sure the government's giving real money?
Yeah, it's real money, all right, with eagles on it for spending.
Well, money makes the mare go, and I can feel the horse coming out of me.
Say, it sounds tempting. We ought to call off the feud.
Now, hold on. Suppose we stop feuding and Carver keeps on going.
Carver's willing to feud me. Abner pumped him yesterday.
Fair enough. Might as well give in, Eli.
Yeah, might as well, son. It's real money.
Come on, Pa.
Well, okay, Bookie, the feud's over.
Hooray!
Now wait, hold on. Before there's any more cheering, when do I get paid?
Right way. Here's your sociable security blank, Pa. All you got to do is sign your name right.
Now load your guns, folks. The feud's back on.
What's eating you, Pa?
What's on that gun, Eli?
Hold on, son. You ain't a-passing up that money.
You heard my battle cry. The feud's on.
What? You mean you'd rather die fighting than sign your name to this blank, Pa?
I ain't got no choice, son. You know I can't write my name. Come on, you Carver. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the mighty Allen Art players who, as contributors to the rapid decline of the drama, are not to be sneezed at. And the guest we now present, Professor Jameson, is not to be sneezed at either, for he has made a lifelong study of that famous winter sport. The Professor Savant Deluxe says...
During the Middle Ages, ladies and gentlemen, there was a popular belief that when a person sneezed, the soul momentarily left the body, being violently expelled through the nostrils. During that instant of temporary vacancy, the body was at the mercy of the devil who could take possession of it before the soul got back again, unless some quick-witted person protected the body by saying Gesundheit.
Well, now, that's very interesting, Professor. Did all the nations have that belief?
Well, some expression of that belief still survives in many countries. In Germany, of course, they still say Gesundheit. A French sneeze is greeted with Dieu vous bénisse. Italians say salute. And when a person sneezes in this country, if a friend has his best wishes at heart, he will say...
Yeah, I know, Professor. Sal hepatica. For while sal hepatica won't help you fight off devils, it certainly will help you to fight a cold. Modern physicians say that you can often help throw off a cold more quickly by doing two fundamental things at its very beginning. Remove wastes through laxation and help nature combat the acidity that frequently accompanies a cold. And, ladies and gentlemen, you can do both of these things at once by taking sal hepatica. So at the very first sneeze, the minute you feel you're catching a cold, do this.
Get plenty of rest. Drink lots of liquids and watch your diet. But first, above all else, put 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and drink it.
Don't take chances with a cold, ladies and gentlemen. Take sal hepatica for the smile of health. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours are playing this year's Kisses, the vocal kisses by the Town Hall Quartet.
Kisses don't seem as sweet to me. This year's crop just misses what kisses used to be. This year's hero man doesn't seem to have a chance, even helped by Mr. Moon above. This year's crop of kisses is not for me, for I'm still wearing last year's gloves.
The Town Hall Variety. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're setting the stage for the next event at the old Town Hall. The Mighty Allen Art players are being wrapped in cellophane to keep them fresh for next week. And Fred is distributing shamrocks to his guest stars for tonight. Looks as though we're about ready. All set, Fred?
Yes, Harry. This is St. Patrick's Day, and we're making it sort of an all-Irish evening for our guests.
I see. You're doubling the entertainment. Oh.
Well, I'll hang around if you want to laugh at it yourself, Harry. Otherwise, I'll...
After hearing it, I've changed my mind.
The show really looks swell, Harry. We have Adrian O'Brien, who in a few minutes is going to be your favorite tenor. The Doherty sisters, Martin Burns and his Irish band.
Gee, that sounds great, Fred. Who's first?
Well, first, we have Professor Quigley left over from last week, you know.
Oh, yes, Professor Quigley, the escape artist.
Yes.
He had some trouble last week.
Yes, but I'm sure he'll be all right tonight. Are you ready, Professor Quigley?
Yes, Mr. Allen, right on the job.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week, you may remember, Professor Quigley attempted to escape from a packing case.
In 3 minutes.
Just a minute, Professor. I'm making an announcement.
I know. I didn't get the full 3 minutes last Wednesday.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to explain that to the radio audience.
Why, my glasses fell off. I could have escaped. But you can't see anything in the dark when your glasses fall off.
I know. You can't see anything in the dark with your glasses on, either.
Now, don't change the subject, Alan. I'm raring to go.
Well, you want people to know what you're going to do, don't you?
I'm going to get in this packing case. They'll see me getting in. You don't have to explain it.
I know, but people don't know what you're getting in there for. They might think you live in there or something.
Now, listen, Alan. Last week you said if I came up here tonight, I could escape. Now, that's what I'm here for. Talking isn't getting us anywhere.
All right.
Well, now, don't get sore about it.
I'm not sore. If you just keep quiet a minute, I'll explain everything to our audience. Then you can get in the box and stay there for all I care.
I'll be out in 3 minutes.
All right, but keep quiet. KQ. Ladies and gentlemen, last week Professor Quigley dropped his glasses in the middle of a vital experiment in escape, in the art of escaping, I might say, and wasn't able to get out within his allotted time. Now, tonight, we're locking him in the packing case again and hoping for the best. You look a little winded, Professor.
Yes, I was late getting to the studio. I got stuck in the traffic.
You're an escape artist and you can't get out of traffic?
Yes, on account of St. Patrick's Day parade, they kept the green lights on Fifth Avenue all day. I couldn't get crosstown.
Did you leave your car in traffic and run over?
No, I didn't. I parked my car downstairs.
You did, huh?
I was in a hurry, but I guess it'll be all right there.
Yes, it'll be all right. The doorman will keep his eye on it. You can escape with a clear conscience. And now, Professor, if you'll get in your packing case, we'll go right ahead with the show. Now, before we start, Professor, try not to escape during one of the... Professor's not as limber as he used to be. I remember last week he vaulted right into the box here. Uncle Jim had to sort of give him a little piggyback in reverse, I might say. A piggyback on the other side. Well, before we start, Professor, try not to escape during one of the guest acts, if you will. If you feel the time has come, try to escape if you can time it between the acts. You know, now, wait a minute. It's going to look bad if you pop out and get a big reception while someone's in the middle of a song.
I'll be out in 3 minutes. Every man for himself.
And now, while Uncle Jim is locking and nailing Professor Quigley in, we'll return. You all set, Uncle Jim?
All okay, Fred.
We don't want him to get out when we're not looking. Just lock that up. I don't think the lock is good and secure, huh? But I don't think you'll have to nail it down. We'll all keep an eye on him and see what happens. Now we'll go right along with the show. Our first guest tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet a beautiful voice possessed by a likable chap. The voice is tenor, and the young man is Adrian O'Brien. Adrian, this is St. Patrick's Day, and if a gentleman with the name of Adrian O'Brien can't sing his best on the natal day of his favorite patron saint, I'm afraid the race is going to do something drastic about it. You're from, how do you feel about it? Do you think anything? Do you feel in rare form tonight? Rare voice, I might say?
Well, I really should.
You should.
I hope it brings out the best in me.
Well, I'm sure that it will. You come from up in Boston, don't you?
Yes.
I know Bill McKinney has told me quite a lot about you and told me confidentially that you are considered to be the John McCormick of New England. Is that right?
Well,
I've got
much
you
to
pinned
say
down.
about that.
You have nothing to say, all right?
I'll settle for Morton Downey.
Well, how come you spend so much time up in Boston with a voice like yours? Why don't you come over here with all of the nightclubs and radio and one thing and another? I should think you'd have been over here long ago.
Well, I was here, Fred, in 1931.
1931? Well, that's 5 years ago.
Well, I was pretty young, just a callow youth at that time.
Callow? And now you have blossomed, as it were, huh? Did you hear Jack Benny, and did you hear our song the other night, Jack Benny and I, when we sang?
Yes, I did.
You did, huh? You know, the next day that song dropped out of the hit parade and got into the sweepstakes winners. But, Adrian, well, I want you to know we're happy to have you here tonight, and I'm going to ask you what you're going to sing.
Well, in honor of the occasion, I'll sing one of the best-known Irish songs, A Little Bit of Heaven.
A Little Bit of Heaven. Thank you very much.
Have you ever heard the story of how Ireland got its name? I'll tell you so you'll understand from whence old Ireland came. No wonder that we're proud of that dear land across the sea. For here's the way my dear old mother told the tale to me. Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the skies one day, and it nestled on the ocean in a spot so far away. And when the angels found it, sure it looked so sweet and fair. They said, suppose we leave it, for it looks so peaceful there. Then they sprinkled it with stardust, just to make the shamrocks grow. Is the only place you'll find them, no matter where you go. And they dotted it with silver to make its lake so grand. And when they had it finished, sure they called it
Excellent, Adrian. And now, before we present the next act, we'll see how Professor Quigley is doing. What's new, Professor?
Coming along fine. I'll be out in a jiffy.
All right, we'll be...
There's the phone, Fred.
Well, I'm busy with the professor. Will you take it, Harry? The phone is over on the chair there.
Hello? What, the doorman downstairs. What?
Who is it, Harry?
The doorman, something about a car downstairs.
Well, let me talk to him. Professor Quigley, I'll see you. Don't want to disturb any. Hello? What? Professor Quigley's car is parked near the fire hydrant? You want to talk to him on the phone? Well, I don't know whether the professor can talk to you now. I'll see. Professor!
Be right out.
No, somebody wants you on the phone.
What?
You want it on the phone. The telephone.
I'll take it.
Shall we open the box?
No. Put the phone down here.
All right. Will you take this over to the professor, Uncle Jim? Just set it down there. We wouldn't want to... You all right, Professor?
All right. Hello? You'll have to speak louder. What? My car is next to a fire hydrant. No, don't move it. I'll be right down. Okay, goodbye.
Everything all right, Professor?
Yes. They want me to move my car. I'll be right out.
All right. Now, while we're waiting to welcome Professor Quigley, ladies and gentlemen, our next guests tonight are Martin Burns and his Irish Blackbirds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the best-known Irish bands in New York City. Martin Burns, Mr. Burns, and his Irish Blackbirds are very well known at the Innisfail Ballrooms over on East 56th Street and have played practically all of the outstanding Irish festive events in New York for the past several years. And what are you going to play tonight, Mr. Burns?
I'm going to play some Marxes and an Irish reel.
You're going to play Kilkenny for Me, The Boys from Wexford, and the reel, The Old Maids of Galway. Is that right? Those are the numbers, all right. Martin Burns and his Irish Blackbird. You just heard Martin Burns and his Irish Blackbirds. And now, before the next number, come in.
Is Professor Quigley here?
Yes, but he's pretty busy right now, sir.
Oh, can I see him?
Not from there, no.
Now, quit stalling, Bud. I got to see this Quigley right away.
Now, just a minute. Who are you?
Police headquarters. Plainclothes squad, Bud. Now, where's Quigley?
He's in that box.
Who are you trying to kid, brother?
Professor Quigley's an escape artist. He's in that box. He's busy escaping.
Oh, yeah? Hey, Quigley!
Right out!
Now, listen, stupid. Your car is parked in front of a fire hydrant downstairs. If you don't get that can out of there in 2 minutes, I'll run you in.
Okay. I'll speed it up in here.
Come on, come on. Get out of that box and move that percolator.
Well, can't you come back a little later, officer?
And the law, Alan, on this bum.
Yes?
Yes, you, Quigley. Open this box in the name of the law.
You better open it up, Uncle Jim.
Okay, Fred.
This is always going to...
I'm practically out.
Open that casket or I'll bust it in.
I don't know.
This is an outrage. You've ruined my act. You can't get away with this.
Come on, punk. You're resisting the law.
Now, you better go. This is an officer, Professor. You better go.
But what about my performance? What about my escape act? Well, listen, if I had a little peace around here, I could get out of that box in 3 minutes. Come on, Tony.
Just a minute, officer.
Now, listen, what about my
There's
escape
nothing
act?
we can do about it tonight, Professor. I'll admit you've been molested, and there's only one thing I can suggest. Now, if you want to come back again next Wednesday, I think you're entitled to another chance.
I'll be here with bells on. Come on, Quigley. No, Professor Quigley to you, Flatfoot.
I hope you won't have any trouble with that ticket, Professor.
I'll get out of that in 3 minutes flat. Professor Quigley never fails. Come on, bum.
Professor Quigley will positively appear next Wednesday night, ladies and gentlemen. Will he escape? While you're figuring out the answer, we present our next number. 2 young ladies from the county Bayonne in New Jersey. Maria and Julia Doherty. We are happy to welcome the Doherty sisters back on our program tonight, on our Irish night. And you girls are going to dance a jig or a reel. Which is it?
An Irish jig.
An Irish jig, huh? And what is the number called? The cow that ate the blanket, is that the one?
That's it. I forgot about that.
The cow that ate the blanket, its milk will tickle you to death, huh? Well, all right, you go right ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, before our bird's eye preview of next week's cantata, I would just like to thank the many friends who have taken the time to write to us, both about these programs and about the 2 products that make them all possible. We hope you'll continue to remember the famous tube and the famous bottle.
Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
Thank you, Harry. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Wednesday evening, Town Hall tonight brings you comedy. Drama.
Honey, phrases won't win me over, Schemer. I know you're after my money.
That's right, lady. Your income tax should have been filed the 15th.
Stock market reports.
Consolidated tin can opened ragged.
And music. Good night.
Selection this year's sketches performed on this program was from On the Avenue. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.